Okay. I think we're live.
I think we are too. Hi. Oh, Rachel's there already. Hi.
Hi. Thank you for coming. We'll see if some other people show up. I realised that this is also the time that Tracy Beaker is on. So
I've
yeah,
been thinking about it all week, and I've not actually looked at when it's on.
yeah, it's tonight.
Right.
But I don't know if they're like putting it all on in one go, or if it's like every sort of week, you know, a bit at a time.
Right. Okay. Oh my god, it looks so weird though, doesn't it? Like they haven't aged. Do you know what I mean? Like just
Yeah.
I looked at her and I was like, you look exactly the same as you did. Like,
Yeah.
how many years ago?
Yeah. Well, it's weird because this new one, like my mum, I'm going to sound like such a big super fan now, but my mum, Tracy Beaker, goes off like the books, but the rest of the Tracy Beaker like TV show that was on before didn't. So they had like a spin-off series with Tracy Beaker as the main character when she was an adult, and she didn't have a kid in that.
One or something.
Yeah. She didn't have a kid in that, but now all of a sudden she's got like a 10-year-old child.
That's so weird. I don't know how I feel about watching it though, because I don't know what to expect with it. I feel like it's going to be like obviously different, but I don't know how.
Yeah. I've read the book, but I can't remember what happened in it. So
I don't think I ever read the Tracy Beaker books because I was like, oh, I watched the show. I don't need to read about it.
To be fair, the show is better. I think it's like the one example of preferring the like adaptation to the.
They just did so good with it.
Yeah. Did you watch the Tracy? Yeah, that's the one where her mom comes into it, isn't it? I think her Hollywood mom.
Yeah, but the thing is, have you seen? She's actually on Bridgerton.
Yeah, she's like the main mum on that. Yeah.
People have been like, "Oh, Tracy Beaker's mum was actually an actress."
Yeah, she made it finally, like 10 years later.
Oh my god, I love it. It's so funny. But like, yeah, I retweeted it because I saw it, and then literally everyone was going mad. They were like, "What? I didn't know about this." And I was like, "I didn't know about it. I just found it, but like, it looks so good."
Yeah.
I've not heard anything about it, but mind you, I don't really watch normal telly anyway, because the aerial in our house still doesn't work. So whatever I watch on catch up, and I'm really bad at forgetting when things are on. So
yeah, the aerial in my flat doesn't work either. And we used to have like my old housemate had an Xbox. That's how we used to watch everything. And then she left, and we were like, can we just take the Xbox with it? Like,
that's what me and Tom did. We had his Xbox, but then we had like a little Now TV stick that you can just plug into your telly and watch it through there. But yeah, the first year of uni, I literally just had my laptop in like my tiny room.
Yeah, literally same. But yeah, I feel like all I watch now is stuff with my mom. But when I'm in my flat, all that I watch is YouTube, basically.
Yeah. Do you know what though? I've had one of those weird days like today and yesterday where I've sat down and I've wanted to watch something, but it's like nothing that's popping up I want to watch. Do you know what I mean? When like there's so many people having so many videos out, and I'm just sat there being like, no, I don't want to watch it. So I've been in a really weird mood.
There's some videos there that I feel like you have to dedicate more time to. Like my watch later playlist is horrendous, but I always like put off watching ones that are like really detailed or like really long, because I'm like, oh, I'll sit down with a cup of tea and watch this at some point. And then like 2 months later, I'm literally like, oh, hi, just catching up on this vlog from like Christmas.
Yeah, I'm so bad, honestly. It's because I add like when I go through the homepage, everything I'm interested in, I'll just add it. But I hate actually going through my watch list because it's massive. So I do forget about a lot of things, which is a pain. But like reading vlogs and stuff, I like watching them like as I'm going to bed. So I like settle down, watch a full reading vlog, and it's just really relaxing. But like you say, with like a wrap up or something, I want to pay attention to what they're saying more than like just having it on as a sort of not a distraction, but do you know what I mean? Like I said, I've got to be in like a weird specific mood for that.
Yeah.
And I've just not been there. And I normally watch a load of true crime as well, and I've just been going through it like, no, I don't want to watch anything. Instead of a book slump, I'm in a YouTube slump.
Oh, I feel like I'm definitely going to be in a book slump, but I've got a power through because I've got all these Jacqueline Wilson books to read next week for flipping.
Yeah, but I was not sure if you'd started those yet.
No, it starts tomorrow. So yeah, I've got 2 books that I'm currently reading. That I've got. Well, I would like to finish tonight / like early tomorrow. I might finish them. Try and finish. If I don't finish tonight, I might like bring one onto your live show tomorrow before I get going with the Jacqueline Wilson ones. But yeah, I'm still reading this Spinning Silver as per last week.
I was gonna say, is that what's put you in a slump, or
no? I think it's just like I've had so much to do, just like life admin and stuff. And I've been like watching people print, but I've been doing like, you know, paperwork and stuff like that as well. Like just not reading. So I think it's just that I've had like so long away from just actually picking up a book. So I'm on page 288. So I'm like 100 pages further through than I was.
Oh, nice.
At the end of last week, but probably most of it I've listened to on audio, just like when I've been getting ready and stuff.
I love audiobooks, but I feel like because I'm in the house like 24/7 now, I don't put them on. Because normally I'd put them on to drive to work or something, or, you know, that sort of thing, or I'd go for a walk. But now I go with my auntie because she's vulnerable. So just so everything's fine. So I like have to talk to her, so I can't just listen to things. So I literally get barely any audiobook listening done, which is a bit of a shame because I do enjoy that.
Yeah, definitely really helps, Rachel.
I was gonna say. I was gonna say, have you seen her vlog, Caris?
I haven't watched it yet. It's the one that's on my watch later.
I watched it, and every time she mentioned the book, I was like, yes.
Did you?
Like a proud mum.
Did you enjoy it, Rachel? And what options do you want us to help you pick from this week? The sequel to A Good Girl's Guide to Murder?
I was thinking that, but I was like, I don't know if she's done it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I might tweet about this.
I was going to say, we had such a good turnout last week, and I was like, oh.
It's probably, honestly, it's probably because it's on my channel.
Oh, don't say that. No. I've been thinking about it as well. Like, people know that happening. I think it'll just be like.
Depends on like people's, because it's a weird time, so.
Yeah.
It's fine.
They might pop in and out, don't worry. Oh. Yay. To be fair, I don't know. I feel like I definitely preferred the first one, but then again, like thinking back on the second one, I'm like, no, I actually really enjoyed it, and I think it's the fact that we were chatting about it whilst reading it as well.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like they're quite different, and like it's a bit like, oh, would this happen? Do you know what I mean? It's like she's solving another mystery, but again. It is just so good. Like once you pick up that book, you just fall into it, and I love it.
Yeah, I can't really remember the difference between the two of them now, but I feel like the second one is the one that's like stuck with me the most because, as you say, we were reading it.
Yeah.
I also looked up when the third one comes out, and it comes out in August. So I think we definitely have time to do like a reread thing.
Yeah, that'd be so good
in advance. Book options. Ooh.
Oh, see, I want to read both of these. I don't actually own them, but they're ones that, you know, you keep going back to and you think, oh, I really want to buy it, but I'm not sure if I'll enjoy it. But I found that I think that I will. The one I've heard the most about is Girl, Woman, Other.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
But I think that's more like short stories. I think, is it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like it's the story of like loads of different women, but I don't know if it's like told in different perspectives or not. But I would say Girl, Woman, Other is the one that I've heard most about, so that would be the one that I would say to go with. But then the other one might be like a hidden gem. So
I have heard about it. I think I might have heard about it through Rachel, actually. But yeah, it sounds really good. I just can't remember off the top of my head what it is about.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like we were definitely more help last week.
Yeah, sorry.
Hi, thank you for joining. Yes.
Yeah. It's so good. It's such a fast book as well. Like, you fly through it.
Yeah.
Rachel was actually like messaging me on Twitter as she was reading it, and she was like, "Oh my god, I'm at this part and this has happened," and I'm like, "You've read so much so quickly," and she was like, "Yeah, I just can't put it down."
I think it is one of those though. When we were buddy reading the second one, there was a point where we'd message each other and we were like 30 pages in, and then the next message I got from you, you were like, I'm on page like 200 and something.
Yeah, see, this is why I'm like awful at buddy reads, because if I'm into a book, I will literally just sit there for like an hour or more and I'll just power through because I'm like so invested in it.
Yeah.
And I forget that, like, oh crap, I was meant to be messaging and discussing, and then I'm like, oh no.
Yeah. Fine. Did you finish your buddy read that you were doing with Chloe last week?
Yeah, again, it was a weird one because we never really messaged throughout it. Like, we messaged at the start after the first day, and then I think it was like Thursday where I was like, oh, we haven't messaged or anything. So we chatted, and she'd had like a bad week and I'd had like a really busy week. And then right at the end, we were like, did you enjoy it? So it wasn't as much of a discussion, but it's just weird, isn't it? When you've got stuff going on, sometimes it just sort of gets thrown away. But no, it was good. I think we both had the same sort of thoughts on it. So yeah. But.
Yeah, I love buddy reading, but I find I never know how to do it. Like, some people prefer to read like 50 pages and then discuss it, but then I feel like that's sometimes more difficult to fit in to just your everyday reading.
Yeah, exactly. I think we did like so many pages over the 7 days, but obviously like we never ended up messaging every day or anything and discussing. We should have done, really, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like if I did that, it would feel like more of a chore sometimes. Even though I love like chatting about it, I feel like if you have to do something, you're more likely to not do it. So
yeah, definitely.
I'm always the one in the comments that are like, oh, I could buddy read this with someone, and then I'm like, no, you can't, because you never stick to it.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just good though if you've like read something not as a buddy read, but like just the same thing recently.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking when Rachel was messaging me. I was like, I can't quite remember what was going on, but like I remember how I felt at that time. So like, you know, when she was saying certain things like, oh, this just happened, and I was like, wait, what point are you at in the book? Because I don't want to spoil you, but like, oh my god. Maybe that's where I heard you speak about it.
Oh, that was the one that I think last week you said that there was something you were reading and you weren't feeling it, and then that's when she started reading A Good Girl's Guide to Murder, I think. I could have just made that up.
Yeah, I thought it was short stories. Yeah.
Okay.
See, I think that's what's put me off, because I'm really not good with short stories. Like, I even have like an Agatha Christie one up there, and I love Agatha Christie, but I just cannot get into it because they're just a bit separate. Obviously, if this links up.
Yeah, I think that's it with short stories. If there's no connection, then I tend to just read one and then be like, well, I don't need to read the rest to find out what happens. So then I just put it down.
I had one that I've tried reading 3 Halloweens in a row, and I've gotten through about 3 or 4 stories, and then I just put it down, and I'm like, oh, I'll pick it up again next Halloween, and then I just don't. So I think I'm gonna have to unhaul it. But I think, like you say, with fantasy ones, it's so difficult because they do like a story, and it's like 30 pages, and I feel like you just can't do that. Like, not for me anyway. I feel like I really need to get invested in the characters and the world. So yeah, it's a bit that I think that's just put me off short stories, to be honest.
Yeah. But I think if this all links up, then maybe
I think it'd be really interesting. Definitely.
And maybe if you weren't feeling the other one last week.
Oh, don't force yourself to read.
I think, you don't want to slog through something.
I did that with a book last weekend. Like, I loved the first 60 pages, and then it just went downhill so fast. And I was like, well, I've spent most of the day reading it, and I don't want to put it down because I will have wasted a day. So I powered through, but I really shouldn't have. After I finished it, I was just like, oh.
I'm the worst at DNFing. I never properly DNF something, even if I put something down. There are things on my Goodreads currently reading that I have not looked at for a year. But I'm like, well, I will at some point. I'll pick it up from the 150 page mark, even though I can't remember a single thing.
Literally, I'm the worst. Like, I was thinking about that the other day. I have so many books that I've started and put down, and I just don't know why. I don't know if I just wasn't in the mood for it, or if something else came up, and I don't know. I need to get to them, but it's just a weird one, isn't it? Oh,
Is that was A Good Girl's Guide to Murder?
yeah. I was gonna say, don't rush. Like, don't rush to get it. Like, it's definitely worth the read, but yeah, don't go back.
If you already have a copy, then, or unless you could get it on, like, if you have like a Kindle or like a library app or something, because I know my library you can get like free ebooks.
That's so good.
So not a lot, but there are some gems that I find sometimes. But even the ebooks have like hold lists on them, which I think is weird, because surely like it's just
you can have, you can just send it out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the library I was at here, God, it's been years since I've actually been there, so I think I'd have to make a new account, and obviously because of COVID I haven't been able to. And people keep talking about like the library apps, and I'm like, oh my God, I really want one, but I can't go and set it up. You know what I mean? I don't even know if I could do that, because obviously a little library in Wales, I'm not sure if we have the best resources.
Yeah, the library, because I'm on like 2 library cards, like here and at my flat, so I have like access to both. But where my flat is, when you reserve a book, you have to pay 60p to like reserve a book to come into the library, and I just think,
what? Do you get it back?
No, you just have to pay it. Which I guess if it's going to like keeping the library open, then okay, but it's
sort of defeats the point of it, doesn't it? Fair enough. It was like you had to pay £1, and then once you return the book, you get the £1 back or something. Because when I was little, I think I had a few books that I didn't ever take back, and I feel really bad about it to this day. But yeah, if you have to pay, like, you go back and get the money then, don't you? So
yeah, so I feel really bad about like not going that often, but then I feel like if I want to like reserve 10 books, that's £6, and I probably won't end up reading them all in the month anyway.
So bad. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that. Oh, Rachel. You're not having much luck, Rachel.
I would go with Girl, Woman, Other, but don't blame us if you end up DNFing that as well.
She'll be back later being like, ah.
Are you gonna? Yes, we were talking about this at the start. I am gonna watch it, but not now, because I mean it started at 5, so I'll have to watch it on catch up.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll probably watch it on catch up. It's gonna be so weird, like, going back to that though, because like I grew up literally watching Tracy Beaker non-stop. Like, I think we only had Freeview for so long as well, so like CBBC was like the only thing that we had.
Yeah.
It was on constantly, and then all the spin-offs, like you say. Oh, I just loved it.
Yeah, I definitely watched it for way longer than like I was out of the age bracket where you were meant to be watching it, but I was there, like, you know.
Everyone on Twitter was like, what was it? They said something, the BBC is going to think that the demographic for this show is like little kids, but it'll be all of us 18 to 25-year-olds cheering it on.
Literally. But yeah, I think I'm going to watch it tomorrow, because one of our prompts for Wilsathon is to like watch an adaptation, and then, I mean, I could just watch it today and it would still count, but if I do it in the week, then I've definitely completed it.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, once I watch it, I'll message you about it.
Yeah, and tomorrow I'm doing my video for tomorrow is going to be tier ranking all the Tracy Beaker characters.
Oh my God.
TV series.
I've always wanted to do one of the tier ranking things, but like I don't feel like, I don't know, I'm not clever enough.
What do you mean?
Are you doing it with like the whole background and like moving them on? Or are you?
No, it's just a website.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just not techie. Like, I don't know how I've gotten into YouTube, because I'm genuinely clueless about everything.
Yeah, it's just a website called like Tier Maker, and then you can search. Some people, sometimes they've already made like the whatever they're called, so there'll already be like one for popular movies or whatever. I highly doubt that someone will have already made Tracy Beaker characters, but you can either use one that someone else has made, or you can just like upload the photos that you want to use, and then you can like call the tiers like whatever you want, basically. And then
I wanted to do one for like Lord of the Rings characters or something, but I was like, that's so weird and geeky. Like, I don't think anyone would watch.
I think people would. I did tier ranking every Jacqueline Wilson book that I'd ever read, and that's like the most popular video that I've done since coming back to YouTube. I think people just love tier ranking videos.
Yeah, well, stuff gets posted there as well, don't they?
Library knowledge.
Yeah, again, I'm clueless.
I told my mom to bog off once, and it was. I don't think I was allowed to watch it.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Wait, didn't you share a picture on Twitter of like some jumpers or something?
Yeah.
Or something on it.
Yeah, Anna, one of the girls who's hosting it with me, we both got these jumpers that say it's just a picture of Tracy Beaker and it says "bog off" on it. Iconic fashion. I will be wearing it in my video tomorrow.
Have you bought it?
Yeah, we bought
Oh
it.
my gosh, I can't wait.
Yeah. There was so many. There was one that had like there was one with Elaine the Pain on it, and it said like I'm addicted to pain. And there was one with Duke, and I can't remember what it said, but it was something to do with like some sort of Bridgerton reference with like the only Duke I see or something.
I love Duke as well. Oh, that's so funny.
Elaine the Pain is top tier. Agree. Honest. I mean, you hate her when you're little, but like she makes the show.
Yeah, I can't like if I was to watch it, I'd feel really sorry for her. But like when I was younger, I was like, oh my gosh, she's so annoying. What's she doing? But obviously, that's what you're meant to think, isn't it? Because like she is like the weird social worker.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's top tier. I love that.
You will be going in my top tier on my video. That's a spoiler for everyone. I haven't actually filmed it yet. I hope I've got to do it like tomorrow, and then obviously before your live show starts. So I need to get organised, basically.
Well, that was me today. I filmed my Fairy Loot unboxing this morning, and then I've been so busy throughout the day, I haven't actually edited it, and I need it to go up tonight, really. So I might try and edit it during this live for a bit. Otherwise, it'll just go up at some point tomorrow, but that'll be a pain. I really need like a schedule for my videos, but like I'm never, I don't know. It's not that I can't stick to it, but like some days I just don't feel like I'm in the mood to film. Do you know what I mean? It's like I have to be in a certain mood to like sit down, get 3 videos filmed, and then actually sit down and edit them.
Yeah.
It's like, not feeling it.
I know. I have a schedule, sort of, like Tuesdays and Saturdays at 3. And I have actually stuck to it all this year so far. But I just know as soon as I go off the schedule, it's going to like completely go to shit.
Yeah, well, that's me. Like, I know I want my weekly reading log up on Tuesday, and then I want a video on Friday and possibly Sunday. I think Sunday's just like if I have a video, it'll go up. And do you know what? I've been good, except for like last week when I didn't post my weekly reading log in time, and then this week I didn't post it in time because it was taking way too long to like process and everything, and it's just thrown me off. So now I'm like at the weekend, and I'm like, oh my god, I haven't posted in like so long.
It will just make it more special when it finally. When you finally get to do it.
I was going to say, my Fairy Loot box got here after everyone else's. So like people have already posted their unboxings and that. So I was a bit like, oh, I don't know if there's any point in me doing it, but I do them every month. So yeah, I filmed it this morning because it arrived at like 6 o'clock last night. And I was like, I'm not filming. I'm not putting makeup on. Can't be asked.
Yeah. That's the thing. It's like the whole process of getting, not that I really put much effort in to that before
I have to, like, honestly.
The camera and setting up like the ring light and just that.
I know, but like looking at me in my vlogs, when I'm literally, I don't care in my vlogs, like no makeup on, my hair's up and it looks an absolute state, but I'm like, that's just a day in my life. Like, you don't have to watch it if you don't want to. But like, I feel like sit down ones are like, there's some sort of standard to it.
Yeah,
like,
I know what you mean.
Yeah, I don't. Do you know what I mean? It's just me in my head.
I would never look at anyone else's video and think, oh, they haven't made an effort.
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I have to, but like I don't.
Yeah.
I can't describe it, but like it's so weird because in my vlogs, like I said, I'm an absolute mess. And then in all my sit down videos, I'm like, oh, dressed nicely, got my makeup done, and I'm like, why?
Yeah. Hi, Aoife. I'm also hyped about Wilson-thon. In fact, that's basically all we've been talking about, Jacqueline Wilson, for the past half hour. Shall we say what we're reading and then maybe start a sprint at past?
Yeah, that's fine by me. I am actually reading Throne of Glass. I don't have the dust jacket on, but I've started rereading it, and as you can see, I'm tabbing it. I'm having a really good time, actually. It's one of those where, like, this is the first time I'm rereading it since I read it the first time, and you can see how awful it is. Like, the writing and everything is so bad, but it's just such a fast-paced read that's just, like, trashy YA. Like, I'm just falling for it, and I'm absolutely loving it.
Do you tab books a lot?
Do you know what? I used to tab almost every single book. Like, I know, like, all my Nevernight books are tabbed, but then I went through a phase of like not bothering because I was like, oh, it's just a lot of time, and then like, what is actually the point if they're just there on your bookshelves? But now with some stuff, I feel like I definitely want to, especially if it's like a reread, because I'm more invested and I kind of know what's going on. But yeah, I don't know. That's always been a weird one for me. I felt like this year I definitely want to try and like make my reviews better and stuff as well. So I am tabbing just so I can refer to things. Whereas last year I kind of was like, oh, I just want to read as many books as I can, so I'm gonna like fly through them.
Yeah.
And I realized like by the end of each month, which is why I stopped doing wrap-ups actually. I haven't posted a wrap-up in months. And it's because I get to the point where I'm so burnt out I can't remember what I've read.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I'd be like, oh, this is this book and this happens, and I'm like, but I can't remember. So yeah, I feel like it's probably better with stuff like this if I do tab it, because I do want to film a separate vlog for this, but I don't know if that's going to happen now because I am almost halfway through and I haven't vlogged a single clip. So.
Fine. Yeah, I would love to tab. I think it always looks so aesthetically pleasing, but I've tried it a few times and I just can't be bothered.
Yeah,
it's
because I do fiction, like not fiction, high fantasy books. So
yeah.
There's a lot of, like world building that maybe you need to refer back to, or you know, politics is quite intense for me. So normally I just put something there just so I know, like if I miss something and want to go back, it's there. But I suppose with like more contemporary literary books, I probably wouldn't. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Sometimes on a reread, I'll like underline and like write things. I did that for something that I can't even remember. Rebecca. Yeah, I like wrote in that this second time that I read it last year, but that's sort of the only thing recently that I've done.
I was gonna say I was tabbing this the other day. I started The Silmarillion by Tolkien, and this is intense. Like this is the type of book you need to tab because like there's literally I'll try and show you. It's literally just like that, but it's all about a fake mythology as well. So like this is a complete book about the history and mythology of Middle Earth. So it's all fantasy.
Yeah.
But it's so confusing and complex because they actually have their own myths and legends and tales, and it's just like, have you read Mythos by Stephen Fry?
No, I've heard people talk about it and really
it's such a good book. But like the start of that where it talks about all the Greek gods and like how they all came, and like it's basically like that, but it's so much more complex because like it didn't actually occur. I don't know if that's coming across right, but I think because it's all made up, it's like really hard to wrap your head around.
Sounds like it would go right over the top of my head, but
that's why I'm tapping it.
Yeah.
Do you watch Lucy? is it Crescent Pages?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a massive Tolkien fan, and she's literally just posted a spoilery discussion video, and I don't know if I should watch that before carrying on with the book, because it probably would help, but then again I'm like, I want to read it by myself.
Yeah, sometimes with like classics and stuff, I find if I know what's happening, then I can understand it more, and it's sort of like that balance between spoilers or genuinely knowing what's going on.
Yeah,
it's difficult.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens with that one, but yeah. Oh, it's passed. I've just noticed.
Oh, in a minute. I was just
looking at it being like, are you sprinting today?
No, I saw it. Was it Rebecca? Was it Rebecca's live? And you were talking, and Rebecca was like,
yeah.
You just stop. It was so funny. I'll just say what I'm reading, and then we can go. So I might read a bit of this, maybe, but I think I'm gonna start with this. It's called Skin. I got it in a subscription box, and I've basically told myself that I have to read those books like soon after getting the box, because otherwise it's pointless spending the money on it. And I was really looking forward to it, and I'm not sure how I feel about it, but it is really quick. So I think for sprints and as a break from like being in a fantasy world that's a bit slower, it's a good one. So I think I'm going to read this for the first one, and then I might switch later on.
Yeah, I was going to say that's why I chose this one as well, because I knew it would be a fast read. So I definitely want to do that. I do want to apologise for talking so much. I don't know what it is with me coming on lives. I'm never normally this talkative, but like as soon as I'm on here, I'm like, blah, blah, blah.
I think we're both the same. And I think when we started out this evening, I think I was like, oh yeah, we'll start like really early with the sprinting, but we've already been talking for half an hour. So oh well. If anyone wants to let us know what they're reading in the comments.
Oh yeah, please do. I'm very interested.
We'll start at like 25 to now, because I like to start on it.
Yeah, we'll just do it to like 10 past or quarter past or something. Just but this is so true. Like if you watch some of my earlier videos, that don't do it because they're awful. But yeah, I was like, it was the summer, so I wasn't putting makeup on because I was so hot and I didn't care. And then as I've got more and more subscribers, I'm like, oh my God, I have to make an effort now, because like there's more of an audience where I have to like impress, which is a weird way of thinking, but yeah, it must just be like the human mind. Because like, if they've subbed to you and you've not been wearing makeup this whole time, like, does it really matter? Do you know what I mean? It's so weird. Where like, as soon as you hit a certain point, you feel like, oh, okay, I'm gonna have to change something or put makeup on. It's just so weird.
Oh, we've got some people saying what they're reading.
I really wanted to reread that, but I just don't have the time.
Is that the first one?
Yeah.
I always see the little, the
little
yeah, and I'm like, I know it's one of them, but I'm not sure which one.
No, that's the first one.
Ooh, I really want to read that.
I do as well. I want to read this one as well.
I get them confused though between that and the other one that she wrote. I read both of them, but I can't remember which is which.
I can't remember the name of that one.
Everything I Never Told You, I think the other one's called.
Okay. Yeah.
I did like them both, but I couldn't tell you which one's which now.
I love that.
Well, you did get all your books come through, like your belated Christmas presents, didn't you, Aoife? So it's like it's Christmas in February.
I say that's probably such a nice surprise as well. Like finally getting things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really want to. Do you know what? I might actually pop it on my list now, because I'll forget otherwise. These lives make me add so many books to my wish list. It's so bad. Oh, I already have it in my wish list. I added it because of Spooks' video.
Yeah, I feel like I heard you say when you were talking about like adding lots of literary fiction. I feel like I thought that you'd already added it, but
yeah,
like a stalker and like I know exactly What's on your wish list?
Oh gosh, don't. I had to go through it the other day and like get rid of a load of stuff again because like it's more of the things that I'm really interested in, so I'll just add them as I'm going. But then like, when I sit down and I'm actually like, right, do I really need these? I'm like, no, I don't. Like I can get them another time sort of thing. But it's like, you know, the want to read section on Goodreads. I sort of use my Amazon wish list as that. So I'm like, oh, if I hear about a book, I'll add it.
Yeah.
Months later, I'll be like, why have I added that?
Something one day will just arrive and you'll be like, thanks, but I don't know what.
Everything on there is stuff that I genuinely would want to read, but it's just some I'd prioritize more than others. So I don't know if I should like completely clear out my wish list and like start fresh. Yeah. But then again, I have so many good books on there that I just probably won't get to for years, but I'm really interested in. So yeah. I've got something on my Kindle. I really want to read this.
Is it a horror or like a?
Yeah, it's like a weird. Everyone it's like so weird and like messed up. I don't actually know what it's about because I kind of want to dive in not really knowing anything. I know that it's like at a school and there's like a group of girls and they call each other Bunny. And I'm not sure what happens afterwards.
Yeah, I've heard really good things about it though. So
oh, bro. Hi.
I think the thing with 5 o'clock, it's like people sort of drift on.
Yeah, well, someone commented on my blog earlier because obviously I was chatting about us doing a live, and she said like it's the perfect time because she gets home from work and like there's something to look forward to because she knows she can sit down and relax and actually get something done. And I'm like, oh, that's so nice.
Don't worry, Rebecca, we haven't started yet.
No, again.
Again, yeah.
We're starting at 22 for sure.
Yeah. Well, I've nearly got through the comments now. Frankly in Love. I haven't read that either, but that's
David Hume.
Yeah.
I've recently unhauled that. Well, I say unhauled, it's still on my shelf, but it's one I feel like it'll take me too long to get to because it's a contemporary. So I don't know if I'd just prefer someone else to have it and read it and enjoy it. But it is one that I'm really interested in, so I don't know. Let me know what you think about it.
Yeah, I haven't read it. I think it came out like just in the time, like just after I basically stopped reading for 3 years. So
I love that you told me that.
I probably would have like prioritized it if it would have come out like a year earlier, but yeah.
It probably was you. I've looked at it, but I haven't answered any because, again, I'm awful at responding to people. Sorry. It's literally, I just saw earlier that like 3 people had commented, and I was like, okay, once I get home, I need to answer because I was doing a shop. And yeah, I just haven't because I'm a mess. So sorry.
I'm bad for that as well at the moment. I'll see that people have commented and I'll be like, oh, well, I'll wait until there's like a selection of comments to go through.
It's to just sit down and like go through them all, isn't it? And then it's like really nice as well.
Yeah.
I really shouldn't do that though because this happens. So yeah, sorry about that.
Right. I will type out the comments.
I was like, is that what you're doing?
Until what time? Half an hour. So like 10 past?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll do till 10 past.
Yeah, it's probably going to take me ages to type because the number keys don't work on my laptop. So I have to like I have to bring up like the on-screen keyboard.
Do you want me to type it and then you can just pin it on the screen?
It's all right. I've started. I'm like such a granny.
I could just see your face getting closer to the screen, looking more and more confused. I'm like,
when I read people's comments, I'm like,
I go like this, and I'm like, whoa, that is way too close.
I like start speaking it out, and yeah, it's probably really embarrassing.
Oh, I've seen it. It's on the screen anyway. There we are.
Cool.
I have just seen Beth has said no worries, but I will reply to it. Don't worry. I know that you commented. It's just I'm a mess.
I'll put this comment up before we go because that's nice.
Oh, thank you. Do you know what? I felt so crappy about it today because, like I said, I had to film my Fairy Loot unboxing this morning, and it was one where like I knew I didn't have a lot of time, so I was just like, oh, get ready. And I've since been to the shop, so I've been wearing my mask as well. So thank you.
Cool.
I love your picture in that as well. It looks so magical.
Who, me?
Yours, yeah.
Thank you. It's just a background that I found on like some vector thing when I was trying to make my channel look like fancy, but
I've gone through that phase and it's still not looking fancy, but I don't have the money to pay anyone to make nice banners for me yet, so sticking with the crappy little edits.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Yeah, right. Let's
in half an hour.
see you next. Hi.
Hi. How did you get on?
Really good, actually. I read about 34 pages. It's not bad.
Good.
What about you?
Oh, I also read about 30 pages. So that's
Oh, nice.
I mean, that's better than last week when I was reading. Yeah, I think once I got into it as well, I read it so quickly, but I feel like the beginning, like the first sprint, anytime I do them, the first 10 minutes, I read about one page because I'm so like, people can see me.
I know. A few times I looked over at myself and I was like, oh, I look awful when I read because I look so serious. And I know that it's just not a look. So sorry about that. Also, this is a hot water bottle if anyone's confused. My house is freezing, so that's what I'm holding. How did everyone else do?
I think Rachel's gone, but she said about being a graphic designer.
Oh, but that's the thing, like, because it's her job as well. I don't want to like message her asking her to make more stuff. Do you know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, I know what you mean. My housemate from uni, like one of my best friends, she's a graphic designer, but I've never asked her to like do anything for me because I feel like I don't want to be
yeah,
a burden or anything. But I'm sure she would if I actually asked her. But
yeah, it's just you don't want to do. It's a bit like, oh. Hi, Emily.
Oh, I'm so glad some people are here. You know, I had a literal stress dream last night that nobody was going to show up, and I mean, it would be fine if it was just me and you, but I was just really like, oh God, it'll be so embarrassing.
Oh no.
So I'm glad.
I always feel like that before a live show as well. I'm like proper stressed.
Yeah, I think because I've never I've been on a few, but I've never done the actual hosting, and for some reason I thought it was going to be really complicated, but it's actually
it's okay once you sort of start. But yeah, I remember the first time I did it, which was only about a week, 2 weeks ago, and I was so stressed. Like I felt so ill.
Yeah, same.
Like don't mess up, try and get your timings right, and it was just a mess. You're still gonna sprint for a bit? Yeah, we're gonna be here for quite a while again.
Yeah.
We're trying to do a couple more sprints.
Yeah, we've only done the one so far, so
yeah. We've been chatting again. Oh no.
I'm
really
excited
now.
Yeah, that's good. I'm glad that you enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's one episode per week then, isn't it? I feel like.
Yeah, I guess that suggests it. We'll see. Probably knows.
Hi.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Oh my gosh. Finally. Literally every sprint I've been in for like the past 2 weeks, Rebecca's like, I'm reading the Raven Boys. And I'm like, still.
So on your live tomorrow, we're going to have like the grand reveal of the new book.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be good. Oh, fish and chips. I would love that right now.
You know what? My parents are having a Chinese for tea because it's Chinese New Year, and they didn't tell me. So I'm annoyed. And it's only like not a Chinese takeaway. Like they bought like all the Chinese stuff from like M&S or whatever, but they bought it for 2, so there's not for me. And my mum was like, oh, well, you told me you wanted to just have a macaroni cheese. And I was like, well, yeah, that's what I told you, but I didn't know that Chinese was on the table, was on the cards.
Oh, that's so sad. I'd be so annoyed at that.
But 31 pages. I feel like we're all in the 30 pages.
Yeah, that was a really good sprint.
At the moment.
A bunny. I wish. Yeah, my house is just really, really cold. I don't know why, because it's a terrace house as well, so it's not like it's detached in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, it's just freezing. I have a blanket as well. Like, I'm genuinely so cold.
I'm not in my bedroom at the moment, but my bedroom doesn't have anything below it because we've got like a carport, so it's just like the cars and like open, and it is freezing, which is why I'm not sitting in there because
I don't blame you. I was going to say, you'll see my face get really red in a minute, though, because my heating tends to come on around, like, 6:30. So, like, the next few I'll just be getting redder and redder, and I'll be like, okay, I'll put that down.
That was me last week, though. I looked back at the sprints just because I wanted to see, like, watch a bit of it back, and I was like, oh my god.
I always do that. I always have a look and see, like, because in some lives my camera is awful. Like, I'm so blurry and you can barely see me. But in some other lives, it's completely fine. So I always check to see. But yeah, the first time I did the show, I looked awful. My camera was so blurry as well, and it was just not a good time.
I don't understand. You look fine. Like, you don't look blurry now, but I don't know if you didn't look blurry last week either. But I don't think you did on the.
No, ours was fine last week, but then I did another one on someone else's channel, Rebecca's channel, I think, on Monday, and I watched that back, and I'm really blurry. I don't know why. So I've been looking at webcams, but then, like, the camera's good, but the mics are awful. So I'm watching reviews, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to be spending a load of money and then something else be an issue. So I'm trying to figure it out. I know for my stream tomorrow, I'm going to try and do it as like 1080p. So you can have like a week free trial. So I'm just going to do that and see how it goes. And try and get it a really good quality. But
don't forget to cancel the trial afterwards.
I'm so bad at doing that, you know. Honestly, I get emails being like, Apple has taken money. And I'm like, for what? And then I go back and I'm like, oh.
That's how I end up with Amazon Prime every year, because I forget. And every year I'm like, I don't really use it enough to warrant it. And then we get the email being like, oh, we've renewed it, another £70 or whatever it is.
See, it's not bad for me because I'm a student, so it's cheap.
Well, that's when I first got it.
I'll forget to cancel it, but it's fine because I do use Amazon Prime. I watch Vikings and stuff through that, so that's good. And then obviously if I order stuff, it's nice to have them come the next day. But then again, I don't really want to be supporting Amazon too much. It's such a bad company.
I know. I got the email this year and I was like, oh god,
why?
I'm a student for like 3 years. Why have I like just get in? But
oh, this comment. Oh, I really need to edit my fairy loot video, but I'm scared that if I edit it, you'll be able to hear it, even though I'll be on mute.
Oh,
so you can hear me being like, hi.
Because you're doing it on the laptop that you're.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Well, I had some notifications like ping through, so I don't know if you heard them.
Yeah, I heard.
Well, then yeah, we will.
That's why I've not done it. Like, imagine how embarrassing it would be if you just heard my voice being like, hi, today I'm doing unboxing.
Same thing over and over again as you edit it.
I think that'll be going up tomorrow now instead, which is fine. But yeah.
6 pages.
26 pages. Oh, see, I don't know about Lucien. He's in A Court of Thorns and Roses, by the way, if you're confused. But I'm trying to think back, and like, he's one of those characters that's always there, but I feel like he never actually does anything. But again, I first read ACOTAR about 4 years ago. I saw it recently on my Instagram. It came up being like, ooh, it's been so long since you've read it. And I was like, oh my gosh, has it been that long? I'll try and find it now, just for the sake of it. You watch it won't even be that long.
4 months.
20th of April, 2016.
Ooh, that's the day after my birthday. Just.
I'll have to remember that. So yeah, it's been like over 4 years since I read the first book, which is why I definitely want to reread it, but like, I can't. I think I don't know whether to like hold off on reading the new book straight away or just dive into it, because like, it's one of those where as soon as you start reading, you kind of like remember what's going on. But I don't know. Everyone's making me want to read it.
So many books, so little time.
Seriously.
5th season. That's another one. Yeah, I've heard good things about it, but again, I'm intimidated with the lack of fantasy. Experience.
Yeah, I think it would definitely be a step up. I have one of her books, The City We Became. Still haven't read that. But a lot of books recently have been saying like, oh, if you like this, then you'll like the 5th season or whatever. And I'm like, ooh, that sounds very interesting.
You can read it first and then you can let me know.
I don't have it. No, I don't have it. I haven't bought it yet, just because I feel like I kind of want to find it as a set and maybe try and get it secondhand or something.
Yeah.
But no, I only have one of her books and I haven't read that yet. So yes, this.
Literally. That was when we first came on. Tonight, I was like, oh no.
That's the thing though, because it's like at 5 p.m. when people do finish work, I feel like they need like at least a quarter of an hour to like calm down, make a cup of tea, get comfortable. Do you know what I mean? Like catch up on things.
Yeah.
But look how many people are here now. It's so nice. This is me every time.
Yeah.
But this is why I like the sprints though, because like normally I'd read a chapter and then I'd go on my phone for about half an hour. Whereas now I'm reading not reading a chapter, I'm reading a couple of pages and then I can chat and then I can go back.
Yeah.
Like there's always something to do where you're not like, oh, I'm bored now, but I've just read a chapter, so I'll just go on my phone.
Yeah.
Like it's really nice. Forces me to read.
I feel like when I'm watching them though, I do have more of a tendency to look at my phone. But when I'm on the camera, I'm like,
yeah,
it's obvious that I'm checking my notifications.
Oh, I know. Literally though, like I've been on 2 sprints this week where I've not actually been on. I've just been, chatting.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I haven't read like hardly anything. One of them I was like making my dinner, then I was like playing with the dog. And I was like, I literally haven't read for this whole sprint.
Well, that's what I was saying. I was doing like admin on one of them, and then the other night I was trying to finish my flipping jumper that I've been making, which is
oh yeah, how's it going?
It's a sore subject. I finished all the individual pieces, and then I sewed the arm on upside down. So I was trying to like unpick it, and I'm too impatient. So I was like, oh, I'll just like cut through the bit where I've sewed it on, but I didn't just cut through that. I like fully like cut into the sleeve. And it all came apart. So then I spent like an hour trying to unravel it so that I can reuse the wool, because I've got hardly any wool left. So I've had a few days off it, because I think that's what I was doing when I was watching Rebecca's sprints the other day. And that's why I was like really inactive in the chat, because I was having like a meltdown, and then I just had a big strop like a child.
No, I would. No, definitely. That'd be me though, because I am so impatient with some things. Like some things I'll be completely fine with. But yeah, like something as little as like, oh, I can't be asked unwinding this, let's just do this. And then I mess it up and I'm like, oh, that's on me, but still I'm so annoyed.
Yeah. So yeah.
I'm so sorry for you though. Mind you, I wouldn't have the patience to actually knit a jumper, so you're a step ahead there.
Well, yeah, I don't really have the patience to remake the sleeve that I've already made, but it's going to have to be done. Oh, okay. An episode a day.
Oh, right.
That's exciting. Maybe I should wait and then just binge
it. Yeah, I think I'll probably do that. Also, I saw Rebecca's comment earlier about us calling her out because she only reads 3 pages.
Mood. I haven't even tried with the timer.
Do you remember last week when I was like, okay, let's see if it'll work? Yeah. And it just like messed up completely, and I was like, yeah, we'll just ignore that.
Yeah, because you didn't do it, I was like, well, I'm not going to bother then.
No. This is about the Raven boys, where I was saying she's literally been Sorry, Becca, I don't mean to call you out.
Read 6% adult. That is serious adulting. I hate laundry. I put it out and then I will leave it up like on the clothes horse for like 3 weeks. Because
I'm so bad with anything like that though, and I don't know why, but even like the dishes, I'll wash the dishes but then I'll leave them to dry on the little rack, and then Tom comes home and he's like, why didn't you just wipe them? It takes like 5 minutes. And I'm like, oh, because I need to do this, when like I should have just done it. Or I forget that my washing's in the washing machine, and like 5 hours later I'm like, oh, I need to put them in the table.
And then my housemate like passive aggressively like takes them out of the washing machine for me. Puts them on like the table. Yeah. I've come back before and just had my laundry like on the table that's in the lounge because someone's taken it out. And I'm like, well, maybe could have hung it up, but oh well.
Oh, I don't miss living with people, I'll tell you that.
it's
I
strange
love
to
it, but like I do like being in my own space. I
yeah.
think that's fine for first year. Best experience of my life. Met so many amazing people, but gosh, I could not deal with that now. Like I get too not stressed, but I like things in their place and like, you know, my things I don't want people touching them or whatever. So living with like 8 people is not brilliant.
It's just weird, like there's 3 of us in my flat, but there hasn't been for ages because one girl moved out during COVID. Really, really good times having to find someone else to fill that room. Yeah, it's all right. It just feels like it feels studenty, like the house does, and I'm like, I haven't been a student for like years now, and I'd like to feel a bit more like a real adult, but I can't afford to rent anywhere by myself. So
that's the thing, isn't it? Like I'm actually at my old family home, so this is where I grew up and everything. But we moved, and then I came back here for uni and had a flat, and then the people who were renting here off my mum left just before March, so like just before COVID started. And luckily I was able to move back in here, so like the rent's not that much.
yeah,
really good, because obviously what Tom and I are both, well, I'm 21 and he's 23. We're training to be teachers, so we don't really have an income, so it's really nice to be able to actually have somewhere, but like it's so stressful as well, because I know Chloe, she was looking for a flat recently and they all just seemed to go, and I feel so sorry for her.
her tweets about that.
Yeah, I felt so bad for it because like genuinely is so horrible. But like when I was living in student accommodation, it was literally like £120 a week each for me and Tom. So we were paying like £240 a week just for a tiny little flat. Yeah. So it's just so weird, and I do feel for you because that's horrible.
Yeah, the joys of renting, but then you can't ever afford to buy anything either. So
I know, because like you have to have enough of a deposit, you have to have a stable job where they know you can pay your mortgage. It's like
all your money's going on your rent. Oh, I could rant for hours.
I'm here for it, don't worry. I'm just lucky that my mum didn't sell the house, because I did sort of tell her like, I want to come back here, please don't sell it.
Yeah, that's good. Hi Sylvie. Which horror book is it?
Yeah, which horror book? And I was actually going to do this the other week because I was meant to read a ghost story for Polathon. And I thought if I read it, I will read it on a live, so I'm not alone. I didn't read it, spoiler, but.
Well, from last week, we all know how well you cope with horror.
Okay, stop calling me out on that.
Literally, I did have a bit of a strop.
Divorce my parents. I love that.
Well,
that's the thing. Tom doesn't like Chinese, so like if we ever have a takeaway, we never get Chinese food because he doesn't like it. He likes like one big meal, and he feels like Chinese food is a lot more of like little meals where you just pick.
Yeah,
we never get it, which is sad. But I would be very angry if they bought a Chinese without me.
Literally. Concrete.
Oh, I was going to buy Concrete Rose. I said that weird. Concrete Rose today, actually, but I didn't.
Yeah. Again, like when we were speaking to Rachel earlier with her 2 choices, I've only heard of one. So I would say Concrete Rose, but.
Yeah, I've read The Hate You Give by Andrew Thomas, and I really enjoyed it. So I feel like Concrete Rose would be good. But yeah, I haven't. Actually, I might Google the other one just so I can see what it's about. I love finding new recommendations on lives. I feel like there's so many books I've never heard of before, but I'm like, ooh.
Yeah. That is one for you because I have not looked into it.
Oh, it's quite expensive. I'm sure someone said it was like £20 a month or something. Because I was looking at, you can have more than 6 people if you pay or whatever, but it's like really expensive. I remember someone saying it on the live. I'm not quite sure how much it was, but yeah, I don't think I'd be able to afford it. That's why I'm doing loads of live shows next week though, because I have the free trial. So I'm doing like my 1K. I think I'm going to do one on Monday. I'm doing one on Wednesday afternoon, and then we're doing ours on Friday again, hopefully. I've already scheduled it, so I'm
Yeah, I saw it. I was like, I will be there.
I was just on StreamYard and I was like, oh, I might as well schedule it because I know it's going to happen. But yeah, I think it's quite expensive actually, but I don't know.
Yeah, make the most of the free trial.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, hopefully it's going to work. Oh, I would love a KFC. Sprints make me hungry as well. Like, I never eat whilst I'm on a sprint because normally I'd have tea around this time, but I'm like, obviously I'm not going to go have tea now. But if I'm on another sprint, like just chatting, I'm like, got a packet of crisps, so I've got, always something on me where I'm having a little snack.
Yeah, I think it's all the talk of Chinese tonight. And yeah, I think this was about my jumper.
Oh, I was thinking,
it's a good job I wasn't like actually on a live doing it, because
imagine if it was on Friday or something and you were there knitting to the audiobook and I just saw you like launch it. Yeah. I would have loved that. Right, don't mind me, I'm just looking for that comment of books.
Ooh, I'll go through some of the comments. Yeah, changing sheets. I believe that you can do it, but I understand why you might not want to, but it is so nice having that fresh.
I was going to say, it's always such a nice feeling, but like I hate doing it. And I don't know why, because it doesn't take that long for me anyway. I've got a good little technique, but I normally get Tom to stand there and we both just shake the duvet like this until we manage it.
That sounds interesting.
Ooh,
I haven't read any books like that. The only one that I can think of is You, but I haven't read that. So.
Oh, I really like that actually. I read it. Oh my god, I can't remember if it was last year or the year before, but it's so creepy. But like, because it's in second perspective, like you can see how he thinks he's justified in the things that he's doing, so you kind of feel for him. But then again, he's like such a creep. And it's really weird.
I do have it. I just have never got around to it. I've seen like, I think I saw the first season of the TV show. So
I never finished it. I started it and I got a couple of episodes in, but there was one scene that just really like went through me. And so after that, I kind of thought, no, I'll stay away from it for a bit. And then I've just never rewatched it. So. That is so funny. Can you imagine your face just being like
staring at you? God.
Right, I'm just Googling uncomfortable, what is it? Conversations with Black men.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I found it.
Ooh, My Best Friend's Exorcism is what Sylvie's reading.
Oh, I really want to read that. I do have the Southern Book Club's Guide to Slaying Vampires, which I didn't read because, again, I'm...
I feel like this one is one that I've like heard of for years, for ages.
Yeah.
So you'll have to...
It sounds like such a good book, and it looks so cool as well. It looks like the old sort of VHS type of thing.
Yeah.
So cool.
Well, I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts on it.
Yeah, definitely. Let us know. Let us know what you think. Yeah. Because I thought like, I might try it because obviously it'll be nice if you can have a few more people learn. It'll be a bit more, high tech or whatever. And then I thought, no, I'm not paying for that.
Yeah, unless you're someone who does streaming as like a thing.
Yeah.
And get money from it, I guess if you're like making loads of money off YouTube, then it would be like,
yeah. But mind you, this is fine for what we want to do. Do you know what I mean? You don't need to make it. I'm just trying it because my camera is awful, so I'm gonna see if it helps. But again, like I probably won't bother. The only reason I'm wanting to make it nice is because it's like a 1K live show. That's the only reason. So. Yeah.
Okay, someone has said, can we read again soon? Even though I love listening to you guys talk. It's fine. We have been waffling again. I'll just go through the comments. I
don't know how we do this though, because I feel like
it's because we interact with all of the comments, and then it just
go off on little tangents. Oh, let me know what you think of Evil Man, because I read that and I wasn't too keen.
Is that the Tom?
Yeah.
Your ghostly appearance person, Tom.
I forgot. Oh, I'm never gonna live that down. Yeah, it's him. Just because I was thinking of buying the second book, but I didn't enjoy the first one that much, so I wasn't sure if it was worth it. But let me know what you think, because yeah, it's nice to. I don't really hear people talk about it.
I saw someone buying one of them recently. I can't remember who it was.
I've got the Alice in Wonderland one. It's up there somewhere, but I do have it. I haven't read any of them though. If they're the ones by Liz Braswell, they're the ones I have.
Emily's ID card.
What I got is that it like fell out of a pocket, and yeah. Okay.
Rebecca said, I thought it exploded.
Oh my god, you know what? Rebecca makes me laugh so much. She comes out with stuff and I'm like, oh my gosh, imagine if your washing machine exploded.
God, that sounds like something I would do.
You know what? I did actually put my phone in the washing machine, and I like this was years ago now, but I had like a brand new BlackBerry when BlackBerries were like the massive thing, and I'd put it in a jacket, in the jacket pocket, and I'd obviously like taken the jacket off and thought, oh, I'll put it in the wash. Yeah. And then I was sat, and I was like, where's my phone? Like this, and then I was looking, and I thought, oh my god, you know when it just like clicks, and you're like, oh, so I like ran out, and yeah, it was in the pocket, and it never turned on again, which is sad. So I had one of those like £10 brick phones, because my mum was like, I'm not buying you a new phone. That was your fault.
I did that with my phone, my new phone that I got for Christmas when I was like 13, and then a week after having it, I accidentally slammed it in the car door. So I had the same. My mum was like, no, absolutely not.
I did that with my iPod Touch as well. Like that was when iPods were like massive, not iPhones. And I had one and it kind of exploded on me. So I got a new one sent to me, and literally the day after I got it, I was taking my auntie's dog for a walk and I had my headphones, and I think the lead or something tugged on my headphones, and the iPod just went flying out of my pocket. And you know when it just lands and you can tell that like it's gone.
Yeah.
And I picked it up and the whole screen was just completely smashed. And I was like, I can't show my mum, so I hid it from her for like 2 months. And she was just like, wow, you're so stupid. But yeah, that sums up my life.
Right, shall we do from 22 until 10 past again? I think we've more or less. Oh, Rachel is back. Hi.
Oh no. Oh, you haven't watched it yet? I thought you said after watching WandaVision. This episode is so good. I'm just saying it.
You're none the wiser, but
yes. And you're like, what?
Yeah.
No, it's so good. Yeah, that's the problem I had with it, because it's like a dystopian sort of thing. You kind of knew what everything it was and how it was all going to play out, because there's only one way that it could have played out really as well. So I was just like not invested, and it's quite a big book as well. I think the concept is really cool, but I don't know. Sorry. G writes some contemporary books as well, doesn't she? So I think it's a bit of like a different thing as well.
Yeah, I haven't read any of her books. I kind of want to, but that's only because she was in The Jungle, and I don't actually know if I would like the books. But
yeah, I always see them in Tesco and stuff, and I'm like, oh, I should pick that up, but then I never do.
Yeah,
and I think it's because it's contemporary, and I'm like,
I think that like there's so many other things that I would prioritize. So then it's like, do I need to spend my money?
Yeah, exactly.
I could get it out the library if the library didn't want to charge me
60p. That's so bad. I can't believe they do that.
Right, shall I put in the...
Yeah, go on. Type it down. Oh my gosh, someone's just started Crescent City. You're in for a very wild ride. I will say that now. We are here for support.
Yeah,
I am. I don't think Karis has read it.
well, no, but I'll be here for moral support anyway. I haven't read most of the things that people are talking about, but okay. We good to go for half an hour? Cool.
Yeah. That's just like...
It's like...
Do you know what? I'm going to have to put my camera off for a sec, though, because I need to run and find my laptop charger, because it's going to run out of charge, and we can't have that. And you don't want to see me stressing.
I'm sitting here, like, by myself. Okay, cool.
Oh, go on. Right, see you in a bit.
See you in a bit. I was laughing because this girl in this book is just like, she's starting to go on Tinder, which is not where I thought this book was going to go. But she matched with someone and he messaged her saying, "How now, fair lady?" And it just, I don't know. I was just like, who starts a conversation with that? And it just made me laugh.
I love it. It would have made me laugh too. I don't actually know how much I read because I don't remember where I was on at the start.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I normally keep a tab, like a track, but I didn't.
Yeah, I should have done that. But I missed the first 10 minutes because I had to watch the puppy for a bit. The wash, because we forgot that the wash was in the washing machine. And our washing machine is in the shed, so it's outside. So it's more of an effort to actually go there. Yeah, I had to watch the puppy.
Cute. Yeah, I think I did about 40 pages ish.
Wow, nice.
Good. Yeah.
I always feel like this, like after the first sprint, you actually managed to sort of get into it a bit more.
Yeah, definitely. I was less like stressed about being on camera this time. Definitely. Oh, that was about what's it called? Eve of Man, is that what it's called?
Yeah, Eve of Man. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Jean's really good at contemporary, and Tom's obviously really good at all of his middle grade books because people love them. But this dystopian was just a bit. I don't know. It was like post-apocalyptic sort of thing. And like basically Eve is like the only girl to be born in like 50 years. So everyone's trying to protect her and keep her separate. And then they're trying to find someone for her to have kids with, and hopefully she'll be a girl. And obviously things fall apart. And yeah, I don't know. It was a fun read, but like it was just really predictable. So I don't know. But I know people who have really, really enjoyed it as well. So again, might just be me.
Oh, that was Emily going. I guess she's gone by now.
Do I say anything or?
Hi.
Hi.
What are you reading? If you are reading, or you might be doing something else.
I always assume that people are reading, but like so many people put these on to just be productive.
Yeah.
It's so good either way. So yeah.
Definitely.
All candles lit, sprints on, ready for a chilled evening. That sounds lovely.
That sounds like the perfect Friday night. I'm not in a very like atmospheric room, but
I don't have a candle actually. I should put one on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't let me comment on my Kindle. It's not like just a Kindle, it's like a tablet. But I'm never allowed to comment on things on it, which is a bit weird. But I'm glad you can comment now. That's nice. I don't know if that's good if it's meant to be a horror book and you're not scared. But I'm glad you're not scared.
Yeah, I guess it depends on if it's meant to be like really scary, if it's more like atmospheric, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just meant to be like more creepy. Or what? I'm not sure.
I find it interesting though what people like, the reactions people have to like mysteries, thrillers, horror things. I feel like when Mexican Gothic was a big thing last year, like seeing different people's reactions to if they found it like scary or not.
I didn't find it scary. I just felt it was like it just made like my skin crawl. I was like, ugh, like really like.
Yeah, I was the same. I didn't think it was like a horror in the way that I thought it would be.
Yeah, it just made me uncomfortable. Like a lot of the scenes, you know, once they start sort of having these weird dreams and you weren't sure if it was actually happening or not. And
yeah,
that creeped me out because I was like, oh, that is horrible. Like imagine if you don't know whether something is real or not. And oh, yeah, that's what creeped me out.
Yeah,
that's what I actually ended up really enjoying though.
Huh?
I really enjoyed that book. Oh. Yeah, it was fun. It took me a while to like get into it. I feel like I read like the first 100 pages and then I put it down for like a month, and then I picked it back up and like flew through it.
Yeah, it took me ages to read it. Actually, I feel like it took me like the course of a month, but I started reading it, and for some reason I just felt really ill for like the first 2 days that I was reading it, just not because of the book, but like, you know, as a side. And then every time I picked it up, I was like, I just felt ill, like I associated that feeling with the book. And then that didn't help when it's so like gross.
What did you think of the ending though? Because I got to it and this big sort of like reveal. I still don't know how to feel about it, because on the one hand I'm like, it kind of makes sense, but on the other hand I'm like, eh.
Yeah, I think I felt sort of the same. I can't really remember exactly what the ending was, but I remember sort of being like underwhelmed at the end, or wanting like more of a resolution.
Yeah, I think it wrapped up like pretty fast.
Yeah.
I thought she said she has to go for a wee.
Yeah.
Sorry. I have to go for a pee, but I will be back.
Thanks for letting us know.
Oh my god, sorry. Right, okay. I feel like I'd like that. Like I said, I have heard so many good things about it as well. It's really intrigued me. But I feel like if I bought it now, I wouldn't read it until like Halloween time. So like, there's no point.
That's the thing. And then it gets to that time of year and I'm like, so many books that I want to read in that 1 month. And it's also, October is also always Victober as well. So like Victorian classics.
I was gonna say, I always want to read Rebecca around that time. I know that's not like Victorian or anything. Yeah. I associate Rebecca with like October, November. So the fact that I really want to read it, I'm like, oh, I can't really read it until then, but like I can.
Yeah, I think I reread it in October because of that reason. I mean, it's not scary. It's just like the vibes is perfect for that time of year, I think.
Yeah. Oh my god, I want to read that so badly. I've literally wanted to read it for years, and then I bought it last year, I think, and now I'm just like, I really, really want to read it.
Well, I hope you like it. It's one that I was forced into reading it because it was part of my degree, and it was one of the books that I actually managed to read. So I was glad.
It sounds so like weird. Like I don't know if there's an actual ghost or if it's just like memories or what. I don't know. I love the concept of it, so I'm very excited.
Yeah, when I reread it, for some reason, although it's one of my favorite books, I'd convinced myself that it was that something else happened, that it went a different way, and then I got to the reveal, or like, you know, the sort of peak of the story, and I was like, no, this isn't what I thought happened.
Time again.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like I used to have such a good memory, but recently, people ask me questions about books that I read, like Mexican Gothic. I'm like, yeah, I sort of remember it.
Yeah, this is why I don't do wrap-ups anymore, and I keep thinking, should I do one for this month? But like January, I feel like I read so many books and I could tell you what they're about and stuff, but like not how I felt reading it, not like the main things. It's just like, it just goes over my head and I don't know why. And it really stresses me out because I'd love to be the type of person that can give like a really detailed review or whatever, but I just can't.
Some people do wrap-ups now though that are like vlog wrap-ups. So like,
I saw Rachel.
Yeah, I think Rachel.
But I haven't watched it yet because, like I said, my watch later list is huge.
But I think that's a good way of doing it, so you can like record your thoughts more as and when you finish them. But I feel like,
oh, so is it like straight after finishing the book?
Well, some people that I've seen will like finish a book and then talk about that book like then, and then it's just like several clips.
Oh, that's such a good idea.
Yeah, it is. I might try and do it like that at some point. But the thing is, if I'm doing like other reading vlogs as well, I get so confused. I can only really do one at once. So then if it's one that's like going on continuously, I don't know.
That's what I'm doing at the minute, because like I'm doing a video where I read some people's favorite books, But then because I'm trying to like weekly vlog and still have content for that, I'm like putting those books for that video on the back burner. So I still have them and I still have some clips, but I don't, you know, when you like lose track of what you filmed, where it is, it's just a bit of a nightmare. And like I'm really bad at updating as well. Like I haven't filmed a clip at all this week for my vlog, so it's gonna be another weekend vlog. And I'm like, yeah, I literally, if I force myself to sit down, I can talk about stuff for like 20 odd minutes. But it's just the fact that I'm like, oh, I'll do it later. And then I'm like, oh.
That's what I do with my vlogs though. I'll have one really long clip where I'm talking for ages and then it'll be like 4 days later. But I'm going to try and vlog next week for Wilsathon. We'll see how it goes. I think this weekend, I'll have like a lot of stuff, and like Monday because I'm not working then either. And then as soon as I get into the week, it's just going to be like an update on Friday evening, like, and then the readathon finished.
Oh, that's fine though, because yeah, that's what I felt like, and I feel like at the minute it's easier for me to just do like a weekend one because I don't read much during the week at the minute anyway. Because like I said to you, like from Monday to Thursday, it's always so much work, and then after that, I'm fine.
Yeah.
So I think I'll just with less stress, I might just do a weekend one. But then my footage for last weekend was longer than the ones I'd had for like the previous few weeks. So I'm like,
sometimes if you think you haven't done much, you like overcompensate, or at least I do.
No, definitely. Oh, hi.
Hi. And you were reading The Other Boleyn Girl.
Oh,
my mom's read that.
I was gonna say I've heard about that. I've put an Anne Boleyn book on my wish list a few days ago, actually. I'll try and find it. I don't know why, but she's like so fascinating.
Yeah, I find the Tudors really interesting. I went through such a phase last year because of Six. As we won't go into musicals again this week because we spoke about that at length last week. But
it's good though.
Yeah, but I was obsessed with Six, and then just wanted to read like loads about the queens in particular. But I read this book called, well, there's like this series that Alison Weir's written, which is like there's one book dedicated to each of the wives of Henry VIII, and it's
so interesting.
It's like all surrounding them. And I read the first one, and I really liked it because it was like you learn a lot as well. There was a lot of like historical facts and stuff. I don't know, I just found it quite interesting, and it's a way of learning without sitting down and reading like a textbook, you know.
I was obsessed with the Tudors all throughout school. Like whenever we had to do work on them, I absolutely loved it. But like, it's not that I don't enjoy historical fiction, because I love historical fiction. I just never pick it up because I feel like it's one of those where you're gonna have to pay a little bit more attention, and like sometimes because you know it can be historically accurate, it's like, oh my god, this stuff has happened. Like, do you know what I mean? It's very weird. But Anne Boleyn's always fascinated me because I feel like, you know, like it says in Six, we've had like the wrong portrayal of her.
Yeah.
And, like a lot of things I've seen, I've been like, wow, that sounds completely different to what I've learned about in school and stuff. So I just find it really interesting to actually, you know, see how it all is.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I need to read the Anne Boleyn one.
I'm trying to find the one I have on my wish list and I can't find it anywhere, but I saw it literally the other day. I don't know where it is, so I'm not ignoring you. I'm just trying to find it.
It's fine. I was just going to say I want to read the second one in the Alison Weir ones that I've started reading, but I've heard that she's like a big lover of Catherine of Aragon, and she's sort of like biased towards her, so I don't know if she gives Anne Boleyn like the best portrayal. So
like everyone does. It wasn't difficult, guys. Henry had some wondering eyes.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he was actually horrible though. I watched something about him the other day as well. I can't remember what it was. I think it was just like a recap of his whole life. Have you watched The Tudors? I can't remember if I've asked you this.
No, I haven't.
That's really good if you ever want to watch something.
I do want to watch it. I don't know where I can watch it though.
I watched it on Netflix, I think. But that was about like 3 years ago.
Yeah, I think I looked it up like right at the start of lockdown, but I couldn't find it. But it could be there now.
And I never finished it out though, and I don't know why. See, I'm so bad at this. I get to like the last few episodes and I'm like, oh yeah, I'll watch them eventually, and then I haven't watched them. So now I feel like I'll have to go back because I don't know where I was.
Yeah, that's why I like binge watching stuff.
Yeah. Loved My Best Friend's Exorcism. Yeah, I definitely want to read that this year. My gosh, I can't find this book anywhere, and I literally saw it yesterday.
And Helen gave Rebecca 5 stars. Yes.
I think she commented on my classics video where I said I wanted to read that. See, everyone's telling me to read it, and I'm like, I want to, but in like October, November time. Ooh.
Maybe I'll add that to the TBR in this. Hi. An undecided amount of time, to be honest. We're going to do another sprint in a bit.
Yeah, like, you want at 1:30 or 22, whatever again.
Yeah.
You.
And then whenever. I have no plans for the evening. So
you're not watching Murder in Paradise tonight?
No, I think it is on, but I told my mum to just record it because.
Oh bless.
Yeah, but I think she's got quite a few things to catch up on because she's recorded so many like thrillers.
Oh, she'll have a good time then. It's fine.
Yeah. They've got their flipping Chinese downstairs, so you know they're having a good evening.
I was gonna say, if you want to go get food at any point, just like put your camera off. I'm more than happy to stay.
Cool.
But, yeah, I'm not really doing much tonight anyway. So.
Sophie's. I want to read that because I read The Orange Girl, which was written by the same author, and I really liked it.
By the same author?
Yeah, I didn't realise that he had like a lot of books, but he does.
Oh right, okay. See, I feel like at the minute I've heard about so many different books and so many of them that I want to read. I can't remember anything about any of them.
Yeah. I think it's with watching so many live shows and just so I feel like there's so much going on at the moment on like BookTube and Twitter and stuff, and there's always something that I'm like, oh yeah.
Yeah, I know. And I said in the last live that I did that like I think this has made me more aware of different things and like different channels as well. So I've been watching more people and getting more recommendations from them that I think I would like, but never actually getting around to those books. I'm just like in the back of my head, I'm like, I really want to get into literary fiction. But after sending out that tweet the other day where I was like, oh, can you recommend me some? I had so many replies. Like, I think that's the most anyone's ever commented on one of my tweets. And now I'm just feeling overwhelmed. So I was like, okay. So I've just like left it there for now. I'll have to make a list or something. But do you know what? Sorry, I'm going off on a tangent again. But I added so many like Japanese books recently because they all sound amazing. I have so many. I have like Japanese murder mysteries. One that I really want to get to actually. Wait, I'll see if you can see it. Is this one? There's The Forest of Wool and Steel. It looks so pretty. They just sound amazing. So I definitely want to get into more of these. Oh yeah, and see what's it called? Before the Coffee Gets Cold. I've got that one.
Yeah, I want to read is it Battle Royale? That's what everyone's reading at the moment.
That's on my list as well. It's literally there.
I have such FOMO.
It's literally there. I have FOMO as well, that's why I added it. But it's one that I wanted to read for a while. But yeah, recently, especially because I've been sort of branching out, I found so many good recommendations, and a lot of them are Japanese as well, which is really cool, or like translated works from Japanese.
Yeah, I'll have to pick some for my whenever I get to Japan in my series.
I might make a video actually where I do that, but then again, like Spoops has just made a video of like reading those, and that's where I
was like, because obviously I was doing my series of like reading around the world anyway, but I don't want to just do Japan like straight after. But I've got people planned, so it'll be a while probably. Yeah,
I'm looking forward to them.
Thank you. I'm going to do the Spanish one soon, and then because some of my friends are hosting the Irish readathon next month, So I think I'll definitely be reading like some Irish fiction then, so I may as well make my Ireland video.
I was going to say, I'm sure Rebecca mentioned a book by an Irish author the other day, and I can't for the life of me remember what it was.
Well, I didn't know if you were reading the comment or if you were still thinking.
I was reading the comment then, but I was just going to say there's quite a lot of sprints going on Sundays anyway. I know Joe normally does them in the morning, and then Maddie as well from Book Browsing Blog does them like all day.
Yeah.
And it was really helpful for me last week because I kept like jumping in and then leaving to like do stuff and then coming back and they were still on, and it was really helpful. So I feel like loads of people would prefer to just go there.
Yeah, there's quite a few. I've been on my friend Shannon from 155 Books and Anna from Read to Me at Midnight. They do like they've been doing Sunday morning sprints for a while, so I've been on a few of them.
Oh, I feel bad that like I can't go to everyone.
Yeah, there's so many on at like the same sort of time, but I think it's quite nice. Like it's always a really chilled vibe on a Sunday morning, which is
I was on was it last week or the week before? But like that was way too stressful for me because like in the morning it's like I've got so much stuff I want to get done, and then the dog's being crazy and stuff like that. So I had to leave the sprint for like an hour. So I feel like for me, a Sunday is just going to be one where I chat and don't actually appear because I just wasn't having an easy time with that. So yeah. Oh, I really want to read The Starless Sea. Again, Night Circus and The Starless Sea, I feel like I need to read.
Yeah, I've owned The Night Circus for literally years.
Buddy read?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you have it?
Yeah, I have it. It's literally I've got 2 copies of it, right? And I haven't even read it. I've literally got wait, can you see?
Yeah, I haven't seen that edition of it, the blue one. That's cool.
This was the Waterstones one. It came out recently when is that the Starless Sea? No, it's the Night Circus. Yeah, it came out recently because of the Starless Sea. So I bought that as well, even though I haven't read anything by Erin Morgenstern. But I've got a feeling that I'm going to absolutely love this one. I did start it. Let's see if the bookmark's still in there. I got 30 pages in. The bookmark is still. And I really enjoyed it. I just put it down for some reason and then never picked it back up, which is something I do a lot apparently.
Yeah. No, we can definitely buddy read it. It's one like I think I bought it from a charity shop when I was at 6th form. So when I was like 17 or 18, and I'm now 24.
I got the second hand, as you can see by the all full sprayed edges. I think they're meant to be red. And they're like I really like this cover, so I was like, oh, I'll buy it. It's kind of manky, which is why I bought the new one.
We've got some big love for Death in Paradise. It is good. It's good at this time of year because it's like set on like a island and it's all sunny and
see, I love that because I love literally I could sit down and watch the Miss Marple or Poirot mysteries honestly all day. That's what I did in the last lockdown, and CSI and stuff I absolutely love, but I'm not sure. I don't know. I've always looked at it and thought no.
Yeah, I mean, they're not the most in-depth murder mystery cases I've ever, come across. They're quite simple, but they're easy like watching. But I do have a habit of guessing. But my mom doesn't. I've got quite good. It's always the person who they focus on the least though, or you least suspect. So yeah, there was this one last week. Like it wasn't last week. It was a few weeks ago, and she basically the ending was that she wasn't actually dead. She was trying to fake her own death at the beginning,
and then she was
actually killed. And I said that to my mom like 10 minutes in. I was like, she wasn't really dead at the beginning.
Oh my gosh, do you know what that sounds like an Agatha Christie? Like I remember that when someone thinks like they've made a plan that they're gonna fake they're gonna fake their own death and like move somewhere and start a new life, and then when the wife goes to identify the body, she thinks like, oh, it's just going to be someone else, like it's fine, and it's actually like the husband because he's actually been killed, and I'm like, oh, ooh.
Yeah, probably like all these things like just take inspiration from each other.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
probably Agatha Christie was not taking inspiration from Death in Paradise, but like,
do you know what? I don't know how she does it though. Like genuinely, she has so many books. They're all so short, but they're amazing. Like you could probably sometimes you can tell like where it's going, but I just don't know how she did it. Like pumping out all of these murder mysteries. Like her mind must be working out. Like
any sort of order, or have you just been like picking them up?
I've read a few here and there, but I'm going through the Miss Marple books first now, and there's kind of an order, but there's not really. And then once I finish those, I think I'm going to start Poirot, but I've got a few standalone mysteries that I just dive into here and there sometimes as well.
Yeah, I'll have to read one at some point. I used to love Miss Marple on the telly when I was
I love it.
So I'll have to give
It's funny in the books, but they don't focus as much on her because it's normally other people in the middle of this mystery, and then they're like, oh, this old woman is here again, and she's being nosy. And Miss Marple's just like, hi. Oh, I love it.
This comment. Well, I
hope. Oh. I'm glad you got some listening time done.
Yeah, productive. We're probably going to go again soon, so you will have like come out of one sprint straight into the next one.
That is so funny. Also, I want to say a massive thank you to Cece for helping me out today because you've saved my life. Not really, but yeah, I basically did you see my post about the Nerdy Inc. Lord of the Rings set and the Hobbit set?
No.
They basically come out with some new covers and exclusive and whatever. But I found out literally like the other day that they're not shipping to the UK. So I'd like worked myself up about it. And then, yeah, Cece said I could send them to her and she'd send them to me. So
that's exciting.
I know, like, people are so nice that I was genuinely like, I was so stressed. I don't know why, because obviously it's like, oh, they're just book covers or whatever, but like, no.
Yeah, but that's like the great thing about like this whole community.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I was like, oh my God, I don't want to, ask. I don't want people to have to be bothered by me and like have to go out their way to like send stuff on to me. But like, oh, it's so nice. I really do appreciate it. So thank you. Sorry, another tangent.
It's fine. I was just trying to read the comments at the same time. I also have many books that are just pretty.
That's why I bought literally not all of these books, but like when I feel like I'm gonna like it, I will invest that little bit more to get a nice edition and just hope that my spidey senses are actually true. But yeah, I feel like I am gonna love those books. They're definitely my type of thing. So
yeah.
Yes, I have read that. I think I'm one of the people that actually really enjoyed it. I know a lot of people didn't. I gave it to my mum for Christmas and she FaceTimed me the other weekend and she was like, Rhiannon, this book is awful. I'm getting rid of it. And I was like, Mum, I bought you that. She was like, yeah, I know, but I hate it. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It's very confusing and it is quite fatphobic, to be fair. But the mystery element of it was just so good.
Yeah.
There are some elements of it that are quite bad and shouldn't have been included, probably. But yeah.
I haven't read it, but I've heard mixed things. And I also always, every single time, I just get so confused between that and Evelyn Hugo.
Have you read Evelyn Hugo?
I need to.
You would love that. I feel like you would.
Yeah, I think I would.
That's something I loved, which I don't go anywhere near that genre normally, but it is so good. And I listened to the audiobook and
yeah, I loved Daisy Jones, but I know they're very different. But
I started listening to Daisy Jones, but I couldn't get into it. But I have the physical copy as well, so I might just sit down one day and just like listen to it and read it and just get immersed in it.
Yeah, but yeah, I want to read Evelyn Hugo because I think the new one, her new book,
Malibu Rising.
Yeah, isn't that about one of the characters who appears at some point in Evelyn Hugo? I
I was pre-ordering the Empire of the Vampire on Waterstones the other week, and I didn't need to, but I made it up so I could have free shipping.
Yeah.
I pre-ordered Malibu Rising, just knowing that it's Taylor Jenkins Reid. I'm probably going to enjoy it, and I haven't actually looked at the synopsis.
I think I've heard it's about a character, not like a main character, but someone who appears in Evelyn Hugo. But
Ooh,
I could have equally just made that up.
I'll look into it though. But I always think with pre-orders, like I can cancel them at any point anyway. So if I like change my mind,
yeah, I pre-ordered it. I pre-ordered loads of things. I pre-ordered that and the new Robin Stevens book. It might be like an anthology. I'm not sure.
Ooh, I've not heard about that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's another anthology of the short stories from the Murder Most Unladylike series, but I thought, well, I may as well just get it because I've got the others.
I was going to say, have you read what's it called? Truly Devious?
No, I nearly bought that on Depop the other day, but I didn't.
I love that. I listened to the audiobooks again on Scribd, and then I bought all of them because I was like obsessed.
Yeah.
They're so good. And they're really quick to like get through as well.
So I have the audiobook saved, so maybe I'll.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, it's so good.
I will let you know what I think of it.
I saw Emily say then as well. I came in when you were talking about it.
Yeah.
I do too, but I never like go for them, if that makes sense. Like I did the other week because I was in a slump and I really needed something like short, fast, easy to get through in a way. And yeah, now I'm like, I want to read at least one a month, but we'll see how that goes. I always
myself things. Oh, that's sweet.
Oh, that's actually so nice. I was so stressed about it because people were like, "Oh, can't you use forwarding companies?" And I was like, "Yeah, you have to pay like beforehand and stuff." And knowing me, it'd get lost, and I'd be no. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Caris, you have to read that.
Yeah, it's one that I like really want to, and I found it in the charity shop for like £1, so I have it. I think I have it here. I don't think it's in my flat, so I'm gradually running out of books that I'm actually interested in that are in this house at the moment. And it's the longer everything seems to be going on, the longer it seems like I'm going to be here. So I will get to it.
I would definitely recommend the audiobook if you can get it as well. I can't remember if I listened to it on Audible or Scribd, but it was so good. Yeah, they changed the American one, didn't they, to the 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle because it was like confusing. Yeah. So I remember someone talking about it and I was like, that's not the title. And then I realized that they'd changed it.
I mean, that doesn't really make it that much less confusing.
No, I know. Yeah, she's coming out with a new book as well. I can't remember if you're the one I was talking to, Emily. But I think it's like a standalone further on. So like a separate mystery, which I'm very excited about. Cool. And Emily's gone anyway, so
she might have heard that.
Hopefully.
But shall we go at 1:45 for?
Yeah. Sorry, we keep talking.
Fine, I'll type the comment. It's Truly Devious, like it carries on across all 3 books, right? Like the mystery.
Yeah, there's like 2 mysteries. There's like one that's happened in the past that our main character is trying to solve, and then there's one happening in like present day where again she's trying to solve. So that you have these 2 mysteries, but they both connect, and it's like I think the 3rd book was not my favorite because stuff did seem to wrap up pretty well in the 2nd book, and then they just sort of carried it on a little bit. But yeah, the first one especially I loved.
I'm excited. And well, it's because most of my books, I'm at my parents' house, and I was only meant to be here for a bit, but then lockdown, etc. So most of my books are in my flat, and I only have all the books I have here. Most of them are like ones that I had that I was really interested in like 5 or 6 years ago, or ones that I've already read. So
are they the ones that have those stunning colourful bookshelves?
Oh yeah, those are
ones. I had to Google them. I was like searching for them.
yeah, they're called the Penguin Drop Caps collection, but they're all classics, and I sort of have them more for display purposes because I've tried to read from them before and they get so like faded and like worn down when you touch them, which is a bit pointless.
Yeah.
So,
every video you do, I'm like, oh my god, they look so good.
yeah, I've only got half of them though. I was collecting them like really intensely about 5 years ago, and I saw I haven't bought one for 5 years, and I'm up to like M, so I need to get the rest of the alphabet.
Oh my god, it's money though, isn't it? When you think like, oof.
Exactly. I need to start asking for them again for like Christmas.
Yeah, I always do that, but then nobody in my family buys me books because they're like, you've got so many. I'm like, yeah, but there's always more.
You need the ones for display as well.
Yeah, exactly. I know for classics, I've got the Penguin English Library ones. I love those ones. And they're quite cheap as well. Cheap and pretty.
Yeah, I like them. I've got a few. Cool.
Someone's put, will you go live later? And I don't know what that is referring to.
No, I'm not sure. We're going to do another sprint now, and possibly another one after.
Yeah.
But, yeah. And then we'll be live again next week, next Friday, like the same time.
Yeah. I've already scheduled it, so you can set your reminder.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah, let's just do it until 1:15. I can't change the time by 1 minute.
Yeah, it's well, yeah, change it if you want. But I will just say as well, I'm doing a live show tomorrow afternoon with Caris, and a few other guests, and that's at 2 p.m. GMT. Yeah, that's where we're at.
Yeah.
So if you do want some at the weekend, I am hosting some tomorrow afternoon
for a 1K celebration.
To be fair, like, but it's been like 2-3 weeks now. I should have done one earlier, but
you'll be at like 1.5 by the time.
Yeah, that's ambitious. That's ambitious. No. But.
Right. Cool. See you in half an hour again. I might go and get some food while this one's going on as well.
Get a snack.
I was like, you look really into what you're reading, and I didn't want to be like, stop.
I've just got to a part where they've gone to some kennels and there's a load of puppies there. So I was having a good time. Oh gosh, I've read about 30 odd pages again, maybe a bit more.
I think I read 20, and then I listened to maybe like 10 pages of this while I was getting some food and eating some spring rolls, which I thought nobody wanted to see. So
it would have made me hungry.
Yeah, it's like no one needs to see me eating. But I do love how I start these reading sprints with a cup of tea, and then a few sprints in, I'm onto like the alcohol. So.
Yeah, do you know what? I don't think anyone's noticed, but I have cider with me, and it's just because, again, Friday, I'm like, yeah, it's time.
Literally, yeah, I've got cider.
Although, the past few weeks, I've not wanted to drink anything, but then like last week, I really just fancied a cider, and then now I'm like, yeah, I do like it.
I tend to like have a cider sometimes with like a meal, but yeah, I haven't really drank spirits or like mixed with anything for ages. But yeah, I've got cider, but the only thing that we have is dark fruits, which makes me sound like a 14-year-old. Yeah, bless them. My parents got them because I.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was going to say my parents got them because my mum was going to the shops, and I was like, oh, get me some like cider. And bless her. It's fine, but it wouldn't be like my first choice.
I get what you mean. To be fair though, this is what I was going to say. The pub where Tom works at, there's Carling dark fruits on tap, which you wouldn't think would be nice because Carling obviously is not good. It is the nicest drink. Honestly, it's stronger dark fruits, but like times 10. I don't know how generous I want to be, but it's actually so nice. So if I ever go to the pub now, I always have that. Top tip: if you ever see it anywhere, it's really good.
If I ever see it, I'll be like, oh, that's the one.
Yeah, I went for recorder legs today because I like that.
I like them as well.
Yeah, I drink them and Old Moot. I think that's how you say it.
Yeah.
Right, how did everyone do in the comments?
Let us know. I don't know if this person is still here, but I imagine how weird it must look to not know what's going on.
Yeah.
But I think someone answered as well. Yeah, basically, it's reading sprints. So we'll talk for a period of time, and then we'll do like half an hour of, well, we read, but anyone else can do whatever they want.
Yeah, it just helps us all focus, and it's nice to be able to take a break and stuff as well. So
yeah,
that must look so weird though, because when I filmed a read with me not too long ago, and someone said that I should definitely film an intro because the amount of people that they get commenting being like, what is this video? Like so confused. Because obviously I'm just sat there for half an hour reading.
Yeah.
But I love watching them because like you say, it's nice just to have a bit of company, even though they're not actually there.
Yeah.
It's just something on the background that you can sort of read through and focus to. So
definitely. Yeah.
Cleaned. Oh, that's very productive though.
Yeah. That is. I hate cleaning.
I do. Do you know what? I love it when I actually do it because like it's the feeling afterwards where your house is like so clean and it looks so good and it smells all nice.
Yeah.
But it's the thought of it where I'm like, I just can't be asked dedicating like an entire afternoon to.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things that like in theory, but in practice.
Yeah. Ooh.
I love pear cider. That's probably my favourite.
Yeah, it's one I don't go for very often because I feel like not many places have them, like the ones that I'd like. You know, like Magna's has pear ones, but I'm not too keen on Magna's cider, so like,
yeah,
I don't know. But yeah, I love the Recorder Legs.
They might do a pear. I think Copperberg do a pear.
Yeah.
And Somersby, which like you can't find everywhere, but in some European countries I've had it like on tap. And that's what made me like really like pear cider.
Yeah. It makes such a difference to get it on tap though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like I can't drink strawberry and lime cider out of a can, but if it's on tap, I love it. I don't know why.
I know. I feel that with Coke, like.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
yeah, I do as well.
30 pages.
Let me know what you think of Siege and Storm, because I can't even think what book it is in that series. Is it second or third?
That's the
Grisha.
I was going to say it, and then I was like, if I say it and it's not that, then I'm going to look really like stupid. So
no, I only know because I read them last year, but I've moved my paperbacks off my shelf because I've got the nice, you know, the new ones that came out, the hardcover ones. Oh, yeah. So I've moved the paperbacks off, so I only have the first book there.
A porridge mug cake. I've made a mug cake before, but not.
I don't know how a porridge one would go.
No.
But yeah, do you know what? I've only had, this is literally the first can of the night. And I don't know if it's just me, but my eyes are like, you can tell I've not been drinking a lot over. Yeah.
As we were saying last week, it's just that lockdown, like.
Yeah, it was just, I get that quite often though, where like, I'll go for weeks and then I'm all of a sudden, I'm like, I just want a cider. I want just the taste of it. I love it.
Yeah. 15 pages is still good.
Yeah. Honestly, everyone reads a different pace. Your books could make a difference, so don't worry about it.
Yeah. Last week we did like, 2 hours worth of sprints, and I only read 50 pages the whole time, like all together. Just because that I was reading.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I was reading, wait, what was I reading? Was I reading Agatha Christie?
You were reading the one that you buddy read with Chloe.
Oh, right. But yeah, that was a fast-paced fantasy, so I was reading quite a bit. I read like over 100 pages. So yeah, it just completely depends what type of book you're in. What type of book you're reading, what type of mood you're in. This is what I want to get to.
The Hunting Party. How are you finding it so far?
Yeah, let us know, because I've heard that one's not as good as the guest list.
See, I didn't really like the guest list, but that's an unpopular opinion.
I will be reading it soon. I don't know how soon, depends on the vlog I was telling you about earlier that's been put to the side.
But everyone loves it, and I think, I don't know if I just hyped it up too much for myself, but I really didn't like it. Huh?
Did you guess the plot?
Yeah, I did actually, and yeah, not all of it, but like bits of it I did. But it wasn't that, because I don't really mind when I do that, but I think I really hated all of the characters, and I think that's sort of the point. But I think a lot of people like wouldn't care about that, but I just feel like I have to have someone that I am rooting for, and I didn't.
I agree with you there, because like, what's the point of reading a book if you don't like any of the characters and you're not like invested?
Yeah. Definitely. So I'm intrigued about the Hunting Party, because if it's the same sort of thing, then I don't think I would pick it up. But it's another one that I know like loads of people love. So
yeah, I'm really interested in the guest list because it reminds me of And Then There Were None. I think that's the right one, where it's like,
yeah, I've seen the TV show of that.
Yeah, so I feel very, very interested in that.
Yeah. Oh, 50 pages. It's amazing. Oh, wow. I'm glad.
I'm always like this as well. Like, I really want to get to the end of the chapter. I hate stopping in the middle of a chapter because I get where I am and then I just reread a page.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, I got to page 200 in that sprint, so I was like keeping an eye on the clock, being like, I just want to get to 200 for that like satisfaction. But I'm glad that you've had a productive evening, Sylvie.
Yeah, definitely.
It's been...
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, I did my read with me with like rain sounds. I wasn't going to put any sound over it, but it was one of those where it wasn't raining as hard as it was when I first started. So it started off where you had like good, nice rain sounds, and then it just went quieter. And then like Tom went for a bath, so my boiler went on, which made a massive noise. It stopped for like so long, and I had to cut it and stuff in the end, and it was a faff. So Yeah, I didn't think about putting music over it though, but
I think cozy sounds are cool as well, though. I really like what I've probably said this before, but I really like watching like those ambient sort of vibey videos at the moment. That's just like New York cafe or
yeah, I love Victorian London for some reason. Very nice. But the ones I like as well, I listen to a lot of Narnia music.
yeah.
I just absolutely love it. So yeah, I pop that on and I can read for hours with it. It's just so nice.
I found one the other day that was like orchestral Taylor Swift. So it was all of Taylor Swift songs, just like, I don't know if it was violin or piano, but it was like classical style.
Oh.
And I really liked that, although I did like kind of sing. Huh?
Could you focus?
Once I got into it, the first few I was like just having a little sing song, but yeah, I did get into it.
I haven't listened to the new album yet, or the newly released album. I need
more. As in the one that came out in like December, or the thing that she did last night.
all of them. I've listened. I think I listened to. Yeah, I didn't listen to Folklore. I've heard a couple of songs off it, and then I started listening to Evermore.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I really like that one. But again, it's like I don't play like full albums. I'll just listen to a song here and there. So I'm like really annoyed at myself. And yeah, the one last night I'm so excited about because that was like, when I was younger, and it's just Love Story is still one of my favorite songs of all time. Like nothing. Yeah, it's just, yeah, I need to listen to
it. Zodiac sign readathon.
That would be so cool. I know Jo from Joannotations does like a Zodiac book tag. She hasn't done mine though, so I haven't done it. But yeah, that would be cool. I don't think I'm clever enough to do.
I don't really know that much about them all, but I feel like I've seen videos where people recommend books based on zodiac signs, but I've not seen like a readathon. But that would be.
To be fair though, I don't like most of the ones that they put for Cancer. It's a lot of like contemporaries and stuff, and I'm like, no. To be fair, zodiac things are quite spot on with me, but yeah, the books that I've seen haven't been the best.
Yeah, I like the not zodiac, but what's it called? Like enneagram? Is that what it's called? Where you get sorted into like a number. Whenever I see ones about them, I'm like, that's so accurate.
Do you know what? I've done it, but I can't remember which one I am. So I'll need to do it again. Oh, that's cool. See, I'm not lucky enough to do that. I'm still on iMovie. So I don't know how I'd pop something like that in.
Yeah, I don't really.
But it did annoy me that I had to talk at the start, because obviously I'm talking and I'm going, okay, we're going to read. And then I just and then at the end I'm like, okay, we finished.
I don't know though, because I watch Kira Foster, and
I
love her read with me videos, and she like will talk for a few minutes at the beginning about the book that she's reading though, and then at the end she'll say like how many pages she read or whatever.
Oh, that's quite good. Yeah. I don't know. I did it like spur of the moment because I didn't have any videos filmed. And I needed to read, so it kind of forced me to do both, which was good. But yeah.
I've thought about doing one, but then I feel like it would be a bit like with the first sprints that you do. I wouldn't be able to say how many pages I've read at the end, because I think I would be so focused on the fact that I'm on camera, I would have read about 2 pages. Yeah. And I'd be like, oh yeah, I've got loads done.
I love that. Yeah, I only did it for 20 minutes. I was filming for like 40, but because I had to cut so many like noisy clips out, yeah, I thought I'd just do it 20 minutes instead. It's the second one. It's definitely very well played. Yeah, I think the second one was the lowest rated one for me, but that is quite common anyway. I feel like it tends to get more political in then, and like more of a setup to the finale. Yeah, not loving it. I think that's the general sort of thing with the Grisha books. I flew through the first one. I loved the first one. To be fair, I love the whole trilogy. It's very like trashy YA, but like it was exactly what I needed. Yeah. But out of the three, I think the second book was my least favourite. But saying that, Game of Thrones, I'm just thinking now, A Clash of Kings was my least favourite book, and that's the second one, and it was awful to get through. So like politically driven and heavy, and it was just So it might be a second book thing.
I've only read the first Game of Thrones book, so that's really
well. I've been reading them for like 3 years, and I'm on A Feast for Crows, and I'm just counting it. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's the 5th book if you count The Storm of Swords separate, which I have, and I've still got 2 left, or 1 big one, the Dance with Dragons one. And I've just, I've kind of stopped with that.
Well, I read the first one like 5 years ago, and I actually enjoyed it again with reading a fantasy and actually enjoying it. But I just never carried on. I have them all, and I just never carried on. And I've only seen like the first season of the TV show. So.
Alright. Oh my god.
I know what happens though at the end because I watched the last episode as well, which is.
Honestly, I feel like from like season 3, or was it the end of season 2? I don't know, but it just so good, amazing. But yeah, I feel like Game of Thrones is definitely an accessible high fantasy to dive into, which sounds very weird.
Yeah,
it was quite.
Yeah, I think it was like the first fantasy thing that I'd literally ever read, other than like.
And you get
yeah, other than like things when you're little.
Yeah,
but yeah, I did like it, but just.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time, doesn't it? Time and effort. That's
I think it took me like a month to read it, and then it was right at the start when I first got into BookTube. So then I put so much pressure on myself to like read as much as possible rather than longer books.
I still feel like that now. Like last week I read 1 book and I was like, oh my god, why have I only read 1 book? And I'm like, because I was doing other things.
Yeah.
But yeah, the audiobook for it is like 40 hours or something for this book, and I was like, oh, kind of want to start it, but kind of don't.
That's a commitment.
Oh my god, that seems like so much to go into 1 little mug.
That sounds like something I would eat for breakfast and be like, it's porridge.
Healthy.
Yeah. Ooh.
That sounds lovely.
I'm jealous. 6 pages.
It happens to us all.
6 pages is better than nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
I love the I love that when you see somewhere that you've been. That's, I love how every conversation we have comes back to A Good Girl's Guide to Murder. But because the author is from a village like really close to where I live when I'm in my flat, I've been to the town that's like, it hasn't got the same name, but she's basically, it's set in this town. She's just changed the name of it. So I've been there like quite a few times, and then she mentioned Chesham in the book, which is where my office is now. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, I love that. It's like when I see my name in books because it's so random, but like I'm like, ooh, hello.
Yeah, same. I've only had that with Alice Oseman's Radio Silence, though. That's the only book that I've ever seen with my name in it, and I was like,
do you know what? Mine's appeared quite a few times, a lot in Cassandra Clare's books actually, because they talk about like Rhiannon from the myths. They keep referring to her as like in their world and stuff. And then a couple of other books that have mentioned Welsh myths as well, I suppose. But yeah, it's really weird though, because like it just throws you off a bit, doesn't it? You're reading like a Cassandra Clare book, then you see your name and you're like, oh,
me.
But yeah, she does actually have a lot of Welsh in the Infernal Devices series, but it's like very old Welsh. So I was reading it and I was like, ooh.
What, as in Welsh, like language?
Yeah, so she's got like 2 other characters, a brother and sister, and they sort of chat to each other through Welsh, but it's like how you'd speak to like, your grandma or something, you know, like very formal. And I'm like, okay, it is Victorian time, so I kind of get it, but like, ooh, it's just weird.
Yeah.
How does she, who is an American fantasy writer, know how to write Welsh sentences?
Yeah, you would hope that they'd work with someone who is like, you know.
Yeah. I read a book last year. Like, what was the name of it? Oh my god, it's recommended all the time, but it's basically about like a grave digger and like bodies come to life. It's very weird, but it didn't say anywhere on it that it was like inspired by Welsh mythology or anything like that. And literally every other page there was like a word or a sentence in Welsh or referring to something in Wales, and it was just completely inaccurate, and it was really stressing me out. And I think I gave it like 2 stars in the end because it just did not make sense. And like people are raving about it, and I just couldn't deal with it. And I'll get it up for you now just so you guys know.
That's so annoying though. Like, if you're gonna put something in that's about like real stuff, then
yeah. Well, she said she worked with someone in North Wales, but again, I feel like they haven't like proofread it or anything.
Yeah,
it's really weird. And it was like, so she'd say like, say someone was going to the castle, she'd be like, I'm going to Castell Carnarvon Castle. So she'd be like Castle Carnarvon Castle. Do you know what I mean? Like repeat it instead of just calling it Carnarvon Castle. She'd try and throw like a little Welsh word in there. And I was like, that doesn't make sense. I'm on my list now. Let me get it up for you guys. I think I've got a vlog where I read that and I was like so angry. And I think I was just angry at the fact that loads of people love it and keep recommending it, and I just absolutely, did not like it. Why can't I find it? Sorry, guys.
that's okay. I'm just gonna.
Oh, it's because Goodreads is back to front, so I was looking at the most recent books that I've read. I was really confused. Like, where is this book? Keeping you all in suspense. The Bone Houses. Right, I'll get it up for you. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Can you see my rating?
2.
And that's generous.
That sounds generous, like hearing what you've just said about it.
Yeah, and I hate to be that person, but yeah, it's just the fact that everyone loves it, and that's what grates on me, because like obviously they're not aware of the Welsh aspect of it. But it's just that she didn't say anywhere in like the synopsis, the cover, that there was like hints of it or nothing. It was literally just you open the first page and it was like, this character's called Rin, but she's actually called Aderin, which means bird in Welsh. And I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Why would you name your kid Bird? Do you know what I mean? It was just like, it was a bit of a nightmare reading. Sorry, went on another tangent. It's why I'm scared to read Legendborn. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, I think we were talking about it last week at some point.
Yeah. That's like a King Arthur's sort of thing. Apparently it has Welsh in it, and I'm really scared to read. And the Raven Boys, I didn't like that.
We just need some good Welsh done well.
I just would love if like Welsh authors did something like that, but because Welsh literature is such a small thing, it's like all the same sort of things, just like recycled, which is why I don't read a lot of Welsh books. It's because there's nothing like new.
Yeah.
You would have like massive fantasy books, which is a bit crap really, but yeah, or they just could have gotten a Welsh pronunciator or something. I don't know. Is that the right word? I don't know.
Yeah,
no,
I know what you mean.
Yeah, pronunciator. I don't know if that's a word. But yeah, do you know what I mean? Where like, at least then the audiobook would have been a bit accurate, but it was just so grating I could not get through them. So yeah.
We love that.
I just shouldn't read any books that have Welsh elements in it. So sorry if these are some of your favorite books. Oh, I love film scores. Lord of the Rings. But see, I can't listen to that whilst I'm reading and stuff because I just get distracted, and I love.
There's a line, isn't there? But
yeah,
like this, matching the music to the sort of genre is like a vibe.
Yeah,
the whole experience.
Yeah, I normally do that, put like film soundtracks on and stuff.
Yeah. Ooh, I'll have to.
I feel like I've heard about it, but I can't think of what it is off the top of my head.
I just find TBR games so and you have one obviously, but I do not have any creativity.
And the thing is, like, I thought about my idea ages ago when I was still living in my flat at uni, but because I was living in my flat at uni, I couldn't do it. And so when I finally moved into here, I was like, yes, I can do it now. And then I filmed it and put it up, and then I saw that someone else literally has this, and she's got like 3,000 followers or whatever, and I was like, typical. But yeah, mine's not really that creative. I just spin a bingo cage.
I mean, I have no ideas, but then I also think I am so much of like a mood reader anyway that setting myself a TBR game, I'm just setting myself up for failure. So
well, I'm like that because literally I'm so bad at like mood reading, because like you say, if you don't feel like you want to pick up a book, I'm not going to force myself to pick up a book. So it is really difficult. But yeah, I don't punish myself. I probably should do something fun, but like I just think there's no point. So there's no real repercussions if I don't, if I stuff up a bit. It used to be like I had to read an extra book or whatever, but then that just made me not want to read.
And then you have like 10, 11 books on your TBR.
Yeah. So I've stopped doing that. But I tend to choose books now that, like, if I have a book club or something, like I'm a Patreon for Books with Chloe just because I love her videos. And she does like a monthly book club, and I normally have the type of books that she has. So I try and put them on. Then I have like Robin Hobb that I need to get through. And yeah, otherwise then I just try and choose really random, vague prompts. Slumps towards, which one is that one? Oh yeah, there's 2 of those as well. It's a massive
Game of Thrones chart, everyone.
Clash of Kings is so always read up until A Feast for Crows 2. Yeah, it's been like 2 or 3 years since I read a Game of Thrones book, so I definitely need to carry on.
Someone says,
yeah, well, apparently, was it George R. R. Martin? No, I'm thinking of Patrick Rothfuss now. Never mind. I was going to say there would be another book, but that's in the Name of the Wind thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, even though the 3rd book's still not out and people have been waiting for it for years, he's like, oh, I'm making a 4th book, just so you know. But I don't think we'll get the last Game of Thrones books, to be honest with you. Because he's writing like loads of other books, but just not the Game of Thrones ones.
Just keeping everyone hanging on.
Yeah, exactly.
The selection. I really liked the selection when I read it, but that was ages ago. It was like trashy, but good. Yeah,
I was interested in I've always been interested in it until I found out that the main character is called America.
Yeah.
And I was like, no. Sorry.
It's like you're sharp nerds like you.
No, I feel like they'd be such like fast reads though, if you just want to sit down and have a really fun time. But
yeah. Definitely.
The Broken Earth trilogy, is this the 5th season? I feel like that is.
That is true. Should get paid.
Hey, monetization, come on.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that is crazy. I feel bad. If they're more like East Asian names, because I'm like, there's no way I'm even going to get close to like trying to pronounce them, and I'm going to sound like such an uneducated person.
Yeah. Why I think audiobooks are good sometimes, especially with like fantasy or like the Poppy War. There was, so the Poppy War the narrator of the audiobook, I can't remember what it was, but she pronounced something one way, and then in everyone's video they're pronouncing this word a different way. So I'm like, is the audiobook right? Is the audiobook wrong? And everyone else is right?
Yeah. Oh, do you know what? I still need to read the Poppy War. I just want to like sit down and just like fall into it, because I did start it when I was on holiday like 2 years ago, but I was listening to the audiobook, not realizing that I hadn't downloaded it.
Yeah.
So I got like so much of the way through, and then I ran out of data because I didn't realize you could download them. And then I just never picked it back up again. So I really want to, but yeah. Oh, is it?
That's the one is that the one that you were talking about? We were talking about you wanting to read.
I started it and I've not carried on, but we'll see. I might do because of this now.
I'll scare you even more.
Oh, I think you have just tweeted something because I saw it. I'm trying not to look at my phone, but like. Readers, whenever they live / from is mentioned in a book. Easier.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. Especially if you live in like a small English town as well. I feel like that'd be so nice to see.
Yeah, definitely.
No one's ever going to talk about where I live in a book. I will never get excited about that. I'm just going to like Cece's tweet.
She also says that she read Bone Houses but didn't really notice any references to Welsh.
Oh, okay. I suppose if you don't know what you're looking for or reading, it's yeah. But I don't even know where to start with it because it just made me so angry. I have a whole rant review somewhere when I did do wrap-ups, so if anyone wants to check it out. Yeah, it's like, just like a lot of old Welsh names as well that like people would never use.
Yeah.
If that's the right word. Like, you know, when something just throws you off from the start, like bird. You have something like Aderin and Ceridwen. And Ceridwen, like, you never hear about anyone with that name, really, except for, like, the older generation.
Well, it'll be like having a YA and all the characters in, like, all the characters having English names and then being, like, I don't know.
Pronouncing them correctly.
Really old one. No, I mean, like, having really old names, like Edna. Like, that's my nan's name, you know?
But yeah, basically, yeah. It's not like that big of an issue, but the bird one is. The bird one threw me off. It's just like, why is she called Bird?
Well, they should use a great Welsh name, which is never in books. Caris. I'll put a tweet out there for anyone writing a book with Welsh characters.
Yeah. Do you know what? Rachel made me laugh though, because in her reading blog, she was like, she was saying like Rhiannon and Caris, and she was like, it's basically my middle name just with an A, but she couldn't say it, and it just made me laugh because her name is Rachel Caris, and yours is Caris, obviously, and she was just struggling so hard, and it just made me laugh.
I'll have to watch that.
I feel like I say it very similar as well though, because there is a Caris on BookTube. And like every time I mention you, I feel like, oh, I don't want it to sound like Keris, but like the way I say it, it does sound more like that.
No, I saw that on I don't know whose live you were on, but I saw it and someone was like, you said something about me, I think, and then someone was like, there's 2 Kerises on BookTube, and you were like, no, there probably is 2 Kerises on BookTube. I'm sure there's people out there.
Yeah, I said I do mention you a lot.
I was like, I think it was about the Jacqueline Wilson thing, I think. Yeah.
But yeah, shout out.
Thanks. Yeah.
Were we talking about this before as well?
I think last week, maybe. I actually don't know. It could have been tonight.
I don't think it's been tonight. I remember chatting to someone about it, but
I've definitely talked to you about it, so yeah.
Yeah, they are intimidating.
Yeah, that is exactly how I felt.
I feel like I missed the whole hype of it though. I feel like if I'd read it at the time, I would love going back to it and like rereading it.
Yeah.
Then you should write a book.
Yeah.
No, I could never do that.
But then everyone would know like exactly where you lived.
Yeah, someone asked me on one of my videos, they were like, where do you live? And I was like, oh, I can't tell you that.
Yeah, I realised last week when someone was like, do you live near to each other? I was like, yeah, this is my town. But it's not, it's my closest big town. It's not actually where I actually live. So
yeah, that's what I always do. I either go to like one place or the other, like depending on how comfortable I am.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd ever mention the name of my town, just in case.
Yeah.
Population 150 people. Wow, I thought my village was tiny, but that is crazy. That's exactly what I would love, though. I love that.
That's cool. I feel like I'm like that if ever my town is mentioned on like the news or something, which is stupid because if it's like the local news, then there's obviously like a higher chance, but I'll be like, oh,
what's going on?
Yeah.
We've got a Welsh show. It was filmed a while ago, actually. It's like an old classic. And that was filmed in my town. And one of the main characters lives in this house, like my house, as where they filmed. And it's like so surreal to me. That's like my claim to fame in the Welsh world. Yeah, I remember they were filming a few bits and we had to like leave the house for them to film, and it was like the weirdest thing, but so cool. And yeah, it's like the biggest Welsh show. It's like a comedy sort of thing as well. And yeah, I live in that.
You to have people turning up and being like, or like pointing at your house.
No, it's changed quite a bit. I don't think people recognize it unless I tell them, and even then they're still like, no you don't. And I'm like, yeah, I have. I've lived here for like 20 years. Like, this is my house. And they're like, oh.
Because I know like shows like, I don't know, like Skins, when that was on, I remember seeing like loads of stuff about the houses and the people lived in those houses, but people will just go and like have their photos taken outside and stuff.
That'd be so weird if people did that. Yeah. Because it was like such a long time ago though. It's been like 30 years, I want to say.
Okay.
Since they started at least. And then this house has gone through like a lot of renovations. Like we've built a conservatory and stuff on it. And when you see it in the show, it just looks completely different to what we actually have, which is probably why. But yeah, and one of my neighbours used to say that was his house. And I was like, no, it's not. You know, you're like, excuse me, no, it's my house. But yeah, that's my claim to fame, just for everyone that you don't know what I'm talking about. And I'm not mentioning the show or my house, but yeah.
There is a show out there.
Yeah, it's so good. But like, I want to get the DVDs, but I think it's like £100 if you want the whole series. Like, it's so expensive because like
you should be able to have them for free. It's your house.
Yeah, that'd be good. No, I feel like, again, because the Welsh like film industry is pretty awful. We don't have anything, and like all the films we have, you study them for school, and because they're based off novels, and they're just not the best. And I really do want to buy them because they're literally the funniest things. Like, I genuinely love the show, but I'm like, do I want to spend £100 on this? Probably not.
God, that's weird.
But yeah. Oh, see, I wish people could speak Welsh sometimes so that I could show these things to you.
I know. I wish I could just speak more languages in general.
Oh, I'd love that. I did have to learn modern Irish in my first year at uni, but I genuinely can't speak a word of it now because I just haven't had the chance to speak to anyone. And it's so sad, but like, you don't realize how weird it is. Like, because obviously the words make sense, but like they don't. In my head, it was just like, they're just words. I couldn't actually get myself to think that it was language, but then I can switch between Welsh and English. Like, it's the easiest thing in the world. It's so weird. And I genuinely wish I could learn more, but I just don't have the brain capacity for that now, which is...
No, I did German until I was like 18.
Oh wow.
And I used to be all right at it, but I feel like now I can sort of read it and understand it. And like if I'm in Austria or Germany or whatever, I understand sort of like what's going on, but I can't formulate it myself very well anymore.
I find that happens a lot here as well, where like, because I work in a supermarket, I like greet people in Welsh first. It's just like, just naturally. And you get a lot of people knowing what I'm saying, but they just can't speak it. So like, be like, you can speak Welsh if you want, but I'll answer you in English. And I'm like, oh no, that's rude. I'll just speak English. But yeah, they know like what we're saying. They just can't form the answer, which is really sad. But
yeah. I'm gonna say bye to
you going to watch it.
Thanks for joining. I hope you enjoy the episode.
It's 9. Wow.
Yeah, it's like 5 to 9. Do you want to do another? Someone asked when the next sprint is. Do you want to do a last one?
Yeah, of course.
9 maybe.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm up for another sprint if all of you guys are.
Yeah, one last one to finish the evening. Then we'll only have like a few, well, not a few, but not that many hours until yours tomorrow.
Oh my god, yeah, I know. And I was thinking like, oh, I'll have a shower tonight. I'll wash my hair so I look fresh and nice by the live. And now I'm looking and I'm like, if I wash my hair now, it's going to be absolutely crazy tomorrow. So yeah, I'm not.
I showered before this one, right before, because I've got to like film my video tomorrow and everything.
Yeah.
So I thought, get organised and then get up in the morning and try and get it all done before.
Sorry.
It's fine. What I might do if I haven't finished it by the time I come on, then I can always do it in like the sprints editing.
Oh yeah, of course. Or you can just be late coming on if you want. It really does.
Fine, honestly, because I edit on a different, because this is like my old laptop, because the camera doesn't work on the one I actually use. So I won't have the issue that you had with the everyone hearing me.
Oh, imagine. But no, yeah, I just had a weird thing with the timing because I knew Jodie obviously does hers every Saturday and she's always done them. So I was like, I'm not going to do one Saturday night because that's pointless. But then I didn't want to do it at like 5 because I felt like that was such a weird time on a weekend to do that one. So I thought 2 o'clock, it'll be nice. But then again, I realised that Wales-Scotland is on, the Six Nations game is on during this. I'm gutted because I really want to watch it.
You can just turn your camera off or just look like you're reading, but just have the TV on instead.
No, it's fine. I'm not too bothered. I just, if it was on and I was free, I'd watch it. But yeah. Yeah. That's so funny. It's weird when people don't like get references that you do as well, and you're like, ha ha ha.
I'm just typing out the comment. With my stupid numbers.
I love it.
Rachel is back and she says, are you doing another sprint? Yes, we're going to do one in 2 minutes time, the last one. So it's
back.
Huh?
I said thanks to Rachel for coming back.
Yeah, thank you. Half an hour again, is that good with you?
Yeah, that's fine by me. Cool. I just love Cece's comment there. But it seems to me like you're in so many live shows, you will have to schedule your shower time. Yeah, I'm doing a load of live shows at the minute. So I've got my 1K one tomorrow. I'm on Cece's channel Sunday night at some point. I can't remember the time. I'm doing one on my channel Monday night, if anyone wants to join. I'm doing one Wednesday afternoon on my channel again, and then Friday night on my channel with you. So I'm doing loads at the minute, but it's because as well that I've got this 7-day free trial of the StreamYard thing. So I was like, get them all in there. So yeah, I'm definitely going to have to schedule some shower time.
Literally, your whole life is now scheduled, like the sprints.
I didn't realise, because Cece asked me and I was like, yeah, I'll join. And then I was like, it's Valentine's Day. I've done a sprint on Friday and Saturday. But then again, what would I be doing on Sunday night anyway, except reading? Like, go for it. And then, oh my God, I'm doing 4 in a row then if I'm doing Monday as well.
You're going to be knackered on Tuesday.
But it's half term, which is why I thought it's like the perfect time for me to do some. I was going to do some every day, at like afternoon time, but I feel like it's just going to be a lot of hassle, and I don't really want to host by myself just because, yeah, if no one shows up, I can't talk to anyone.
Well, I'll try and come to some in the afternoons because I don't have work in the afternoons, so
Oh, bro.
I'll try and watch. I feel like I'm a bit rubbish at watching sometimes. I feel like if I was in my flat, this is all I would be doing, but because I'm with my family, I feel like I can't just disappear all the time. And this is the longest time I've spent with them since I was like 18.
Oh, it's nice
and stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, Tom always says to me, like, "You doing another sprint?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he goes, "I barely see you anymore because I'm literally up here for like 4 hours every night just like reading." But I love it.
Right, I'll put the comment in. So we're ready.
Yeah, do you know what? I've been stressing like throughout this whole week that I've missed some live sprints that I meant to be on or something. You know, when you're like, am I meant to be hosting or am I just joining for the fun of it today?
Well, as long as you don't miss one like this where there's only 2 people, I guess. Lots of them have multiple people, so it would be like, but if it was just me here, like, hi.
Oh, can you imagine? No, I know now that we're on a Friday, which is nice because obviously I've scheduled our next reading sprint without telling you, but that's fine. You're going to be there.
I will be there.
But yeah.
Yeah, they are definitely a godsend.
Yeah, I prefer it.
Sometimes.
I'd love to have my family, but like they'd be too much for the amount of time that we've been in lockdown. I couldn't handle it. I go home for the weekend, like whilst I was at uni, and I'd be knackered because it's just like chaos in my house.
Yeah, well, it's only me and my parents and the dog, so it's quite.
Right. That's
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Shall we sprint?
Yeah, I love how we never start on time, but
sorry.
Right. See you all in half an hour.
Hi. I'm always so bad at like checking the time. I just looked up then and I saw you and I was like, ooh.
I've only just stopped. I finished like the section I was reading with 1 minute to go, so then I was just looking at my phone. But I read about 35 pages.
Nice.
Yeah, I've read like 120 pages this evening, so that's literally the most I've read in ages.
Oh my gosh. I've read about 45-ish. I was really into it then. But yeah, I've read like 140, I want to say. So I've done a really good job again, which is very good.
Yeah, we've both been so productive.
Yeah, it's been really nice. So, and that I'm reading a book that I can like fly through as well. It's also really nice because I'm having a really good time with it.
Yeah, I think so. Like, I find it a lot easier this week than when I was reading. Although I was like really enjoying Spinning Silver. I think every sprint, yeah, when we did like half an hour, and I'd be like, I've done like hardly anything again. So it's nice to read something and just
actually see that you're getting through it, isn't it? Definitely.
Yeah. So I think, I mean, I might finish it before, but if I don't, I should definitely finish it on your live tomorrow. So that's good because then I can start all my Jacqueline Wilson books.
Oh, that's so fun. Oh, I miss those days. I used to love those. Yeah, I think I'm going to start these Violent Delights tomorrow on the live just because it's on my TBR and I kind of want to see how much I'll get read throughout the course of the sprints. That sounds awful, but like it'll be fun to see. And even though I could basically finish this because I'm kind of close and I'm flying through it.
Yeah.
But I kind of want to save that because I can't remember how it ends, but like I feel like I cried, so I don't want to be on a live show. I cried.
Yeah.
Oh, my phone doesn't help. It literally just says 12th of February.
Today, 12. I feel like I need to write it down.
I was just thinking I just look like the stupidest person because I was like, you can see me trying to work it out in my head.
12/2/21. So yeah.
Oh yeah, because that's 12 to yeah, that makes sense.
Upside down. I'm trying to picture it, but do you? Okay, Rachel's put it in the comments.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone.
That was so cool, though. Wow.
Oh, Cece says, I just retweeted an image of the date where you can see it real well. Okay.
I'm just very interested.
Autumn says, had to stop reading Uncomfortable Conversations with Black Men. It's good and you learn a lot, but it's so heavy on your brain. It makes you think about the horrible things that happen to POC.
Yeah, I bet that is a lot to like, try and get your mind around.
Yeah.
It's scary to think that like the things that haven't happened that long ago and that they're still going on now. Like, it's just, like I said, I've not read this book, but I mean, just in general now, like, it's just, I can't believe it's like 2021 and we're still fighting for equality.
Yeah, what was I reading? I was reading a book called We Are All Birds of Uganda like 2 weeks ago, and that was about like Uganda in like the 60s, 70s sort of time when Idi Amin basically expelled all of any Asian people, and there was like a big Asian population there, and it's like that was in my parents' lifetime, and obviously like this shit is still going on today as well. It's just
I genuinely cannot understand that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but I understand why you might want to put the book down for a bit if it's like,
yeah, definitely.
Because especially with sprints when you're reading like a lot, because I've got through a lot, but at the end of that last one, I could feel like my eyes like going
like this at some points because I was like, oh, my eyes are just like a bit dry, a bit tired. But yeah, I think with heavy subject matter like that, you need to like take your time with it.
Yeah, you kind of want to like take it all in as well and like really appreciate it and take it all in, as you say.
I've found Cece's tweet just to wait. Let's see if I can show you.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense now because I was picturing like a 2 as in not on a clock, like how I would write a 2, and I was like, that's not gonna look the same upside down.
That is so cool, isn't it? But yeah.
30.
No full stops.
Did you choose the girl, woman, other in the end, Rachel?
Oh yeah, I forgot.
We've come full circle.
That would really annoy me. I don't know why. It's just like it's something I would notice every like couple of lines. I'd be like,
Yeah, I think it's like everyone says about like normal people not have it. I think that doesn't have any like speech marks when they're talking. And I did read that, but ages ago. Well, 2 years ago. Again, cannot remember my feelings towards it. But I feel like that would annoy me. But I feel like once you get into it.
Yeah, well, you know, like Spinning Silver has a lot of different POVs, and then you don't actually know whose it is. That took me a while to get my head around. So, like, imagine if there's like a full-on conversation and dialogue, and you don't know, like, if it's actually dialogue. I feel like that would just throw me off completely.
Yeah.
Oh, Rebecca's back. Hi.
Oh yeah, I was like, where?
That's the thing, isn't it? When you start going over stuff, you lose the comments. It is at 2 p.m. GMT, so I'll try and search what that is now. I'm really bad at time zones. I'm sorry.
And it's on Rhiannon's channel, Welsh Reader.
Yeah, it's on my channel.
I think it's in the description. I'm pretty sure I did do the description. If it's not in the description, I will put it there after this. But I think it is.
I don't know what your time zone is though, so maybe me doing this is a bit pointless.
Yeah, maybe just Google.
Yeah, it's 2 p.m. GMT, so UK time. So whatever that is. Yeah. You can set a reminder though as well. It is already on my channel, so you can set a reminder and then you'll get notified just before we go live.
Are we doing more sprints tonight? I think that was the last one because I'm pretty tired.
To be fair, we've been going for 40 minutes.
I know. Last week we were like, oh, this is the longest we've ever done, and I feel like this is longer.
Yeah, we stopped at 9 time because you were watching Death in Paradise.
Yeah. I don't know how though. I know we've talked a lot, but I don't feel like we've talked excessively more than last week. Yeah.
No.
I don't know. I'm just seeing the last comments.
I feel like we've done an extra sprint though.
Yeah, maybe.
Last time.
That would make sense.
Yeah, I don't write the dates down anymore because I have nothing to like do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd be like that. That's why I always tend to choose kind of light-hearted ones. But I was reading the Silmarillion the other day, and yeah, that takes a lot of brain power. And I think I just need, for sprints at least, I just need a book that I can sort of fly through.
Yeah.
It really just like keeps the momentum going. Whereas that one, I was like trying to take my time with it, listening to the audiobook, and then it just, you need to be focused for that. And yeah, if you only have like half an hour and then you're trying to talk and that, I feel like I definitely just need a light, fast read.
Yeah, I tried to do a bit of the audiobook last week and I just couldn't. I don't know, I can normally concentrate really well, but I just felt like I should be looking at something.
You know what, I always think I have books on my Kindle, but because my Kindle is a tablet, Like, oh, I've got it here. It literally looks like I'm just like on my phone, not really doing anything. And I'm like, I don't want to be just like this holding a screen, because I could be doing anything. But like, if I've got a physical book in front of me, I just want to read it. Yeah. Ooh. Let us know what you think, because I do really want to pick that one up.
I'm used to it. Oh, I feel like I'm now just sharing this conversation.
You know what? I do think sometimes, like, am I meant to be sharing all of this, or do I just?
I just like to click through everything, so everything.
Yeah. That's the thing, isn't it? You want to make sure that everyone's comments are coming up.
But I think that is the last comment in the chat. So, shall we? I mean, it's 20 to 10, so we've been going for ages. So, shall we?
Wow, we've been in nearly 5 hours.
I know.
How?
So quick though. It's just like it has.
Right, like that is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, you'd think that we'd run out of things to talk about, but no.
I think that's apparent after last week's live show. We could a while.
Yeah, so many topics to cover.
But that's the thing, isn't it? Like, when you see one comment, it leads you on to like a complete different tangent, and then you come back and you're like, okay, the next comment, and then it happens again.
Yeah.
But I love
that. We'll read in like 10 minutes, and then 10 minutes later we're still on a random comment.
We were a lot better this time though. Definitely. I feel like we were on top of it a bit more.
Yeah. Well, practice makes perfect. Next week we'll be like.
Well, I've already scheduled it, like I said.
Yeah.
I'll have a little list of times when we'll be sprinting.
And you'll just cut me off mid-sentence, like, no, we're going now.
Oh, thank you.
Joining.
Oh, I will DM you about that. Yeah,
I'll leave you guys to talk about that in the end.
Well, I did want to DM you earlier when I was watching it, but I was like, I'm sure you'd be watching it later on tonight, so I didn't want to hype it up or anything. But yeah. I love it so much. Yeah, thank you guys for coming. I always feel like we go off and talk a lot, and if you're here just for sprints, I'm sorry about that, but
I think it's been good again though. It's been fun, so I hope everyone.
Yeah, I always have such good fun like on these lives, but ours especially. I don't know if that's wrong to say, but I feel like it's just really easy to chat and just, like you say, get lost in it a bit, but it's really nice at the same time.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I will end the broadcast now. Do you know, I nearly did it so many times because I had those notifications keep coming up, which I thought I turned off, and the notification comes like right by the end broadcast, and I kept being like,
and that's when we just left.
Just mid-sentence, like, no, we've had enough talking.
Yeah, that would have been awful.
Oh, thank you for joining, everyone.
I'm like this as well, to be fair. Oh, that's actually so nice.
Hopefully some of you can join next Friday on Rhiannon's channel, and if you want to do reading sprints tomorrow, 2 p.m. GMT. Okay.
I'm gonna get so much reading done in the next week. I love it though. But yeah,
cool.
See you guys there. Thank you so much for joining. I've had such a really nice night. That didn't make sense. I've had such a good night.
Me too.
Right, you ended it?
Yeah, I keep seeing more comments and I'm like, okay, but that's the last one, okay. Bye.
Bye.